Shield. That piqued my interest.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
So the Rhino Shield crew that came out was really good. Next to our building, we have some automotive repair shop. There was no paint, no overspray anywhere that I could see, even on the concrete.
Business or residential, get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
Paint is an investment, but when you don't have to worry about painting your building for 25 years, to me, is a no-brainer.
This owner, Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
March, when spring springs into action. Is your AC ready? Beat the rush. Save money. Just $39 for the Fix-It 24/7 Extreme Clean. We pay hundreds elsewhere. But for new customers, the Extreme deal, $39 for the Extreme Clean, up to 2 hours. We'll get rid of the /1 killer of ACs, dirt. Increase efficiency up to 30% with a no breakdown guarantee. FixMyHome.com.
T-Tech Digital LLC is looking for a senior analyst, data informatics, in Greenwood Village, Colorado, and various unanticipated locations throughout the U.S. May work from home to develop and deliver implementation of technical platforms for new and ongoing clients. The salary range for this position is $122,200 to $149,000. T-Tech is proud to offer a comprehensive benefits program to meet the diverse needs of our employees. Depending on your employment status, T-Tech benefits may include medical, dental, vision, life, AD&D, and disability benefits, paid time off, leaves of absence, voluntary benefits, perks, wellness and global well-being, and global EAP, business travel and service awards programs. To apply, email resume to Olga Gradushi, People and Culture, T-Tech Digital at olga.gradushi@ttechdigital.com. Refer to job code 7701439.
Oh, you should use those. Don't use those.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 970-659-1508. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 970-659-1508. That's 970-659-1508.
This report is sponsored by True Green.
We've got a warm and sunny day coming up, temperatures near 70 degrees, and the best part, that wind is going to be a whole lot lighter, maybe the max about 15 miles per hour. I'm Box 31, pinpoint weather team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
We're back in the miller's yard and now use True Green. Their lawn started looking like a fairway and pro golfers started showing. They love playing this lawn. Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill reacting to the news that Atlantic reporter Jeffrey Goldberg was accidentally included in a group message on the encrypted platform Signal that detailed U.S. plans to strike Houthi rebels in Yemen. Democratic Senator Mark Warner, ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee.
I think this is one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information, that this is not a one-off.
No,
or a first-time error.
The Trump administration now staking out a new legal position in the court fight over Venezuelan migrants, claiming the state secrets privilege. They say disclosing any information about the flights to El Salvador would endanger national security. Israeli authorities have released Oscar-winning Palestinian director Hamdan Bilal, who was attacked by Jewish settlers in the occupied West Bank today. He was detained by Israeli police. This is ABC News. The FBI is still trying to find those responsible for torching Teslas and Tesla dealerships. They have now set up a special task force to focus solely on catching the vandals. Pope Francis out of the hospital and recovering with gelato?
How do you say this new gelato flavor? Excuse me? Romans are celebrating Pope Francis's return from a month in the hospital after licking pneumonia with a new gelato flavor. Well-wishers sampled the new flavor on sale in Rome. Sellers handling it say the name of the hazelnut and chocolate flavor and the Pope's discharge from the hospital are a coincidence. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
Maybe it's the tariffs, maybe it's inflation, maybe it's just the March laws. But the Conference Board is reporting U.S. consumer confidence has fallen to a new 12-year low. Americans say they're putting off purchasing plans for big-ticket items like cars and appliances. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Music is a bridge between the material and spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
The Colorado House passed a revised version of Senate Bill 3, which would require people to apply for permits and complete firearms training before purchasing certain guns. Originally proposed as a semi-automatic weapons ban, the bill was altered and passed the House. House Democrats say the legislation aims to reduce gun violence. Representative Jenny Wilford.
This bill isn't about taking away anyone else's traditions or punishing responsible gun owners. It is about drawing a line between recreation and devastation.
Republicans argue the bill needs more work and public input. The bill now returns to the Senate for approval of amendments. A Denver street gang leader facing decades in prison after pleading guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and other charges. Investigators accuse Philip Baca Sr. of ordering more than a dozen drive-by shootings by members of the Few But Plenty gang between 2019 and 2022. The guilty plea carries a recommended sentence of 33 years in prison. Baca will be sentenced in June. That's
all right. Trolley, quick scheduled. The trolley.
What's the name? Italian.
Always gets great calzones from Castle Rock.
Perry's Pizza.
They're everywhere though.
That's what you say.
It's probably one by you somewhere.
Well, you're in Parker, right?
Rathbone Tower. No, I'm just on the north edge. Oh, I know. Paris Pizza. There's one over here. Orchard in the Hall.
No.
Yeah, that one sucks.
Where'd you meet him?
Meet who?
For Perry's Pizza? No. Wow. Okay.
What did he just say?
He met Perry.
Aren't they
brothers?
Are you talking about for Perry's Steakhouse or Perry's Pizza?
Pizza.
I didn't sue anybody. That's God. I'm guilty by association in my life.
Oh yeah, we got. Perry's used to be a body shop that was fairly decent too. The original one sounded like Lincoln Avenue. Like Lincoln and Gloria or something. Okay.
Just a little bit west of Jordan Road. Well,
you know, and I go by that all the time. To Kaiser, yeah.
It's on the north side of the street.
You know what restaurant's been in business for Chijo's? You ever been there? Right Creek.
Oh yeah. I've been there. They haven't.
About what? Oh yeah.
You mean
we're gonna bomb Yemen?
Right. Because he could go to town already.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions. You know what we do. We get directly involved in any problem you have. We like helping out. We like recouping money to the tune of over $300 million. Think about that. You got a bad contractor in your life right now. We're here to help. You got a landlord trying to give you the business. Maybe the heat doesn't work. We've had a lot of those lately, and we have been extremely successful. In fact, guys, what deputy got the lady a new apartment because it smelled so bad? That was real recent. Was that Bo?
Deputy Bo.
Deputy Bo got this lady. Listen to this. Her place stunk so bad, Deputy Bo went over there. He verified it was absolutely rancid. Went and talked to the people in charge. They have a new building very close to where that older building was. Brand new apartment. And they got her all lined up. That's the kinds of things we do. And you can't put a dollar figure on that. I don't know what. What is your smell worth? What is your sanity worth? I mean, really think about that. You know, odors are kind of funny. When Suzanne had COVID, and it wasn't when she had COVID, and I'm talking the real COVID. The original, the 2020 model of COVID. The OG COVID. It kicked her right in her ass. She kept telling me afterwards, I can't stand the smell of different things. This is after all the other symptoms were gone, so maybe a couple weeks after COVID was, I guess, out of her body. You wouldn't want me making coffee.
What's that? Well, Mark, what happened is I got the virus like December 7th, 8th, something like that. Within a week, completely no smells whatsoever. And then so by the end of February, I was thinking, man, my coffee really, it just doesn't taste right. Maybe I just need to change it up now that my smell's coming back. And quickly realized everything went distorted, and the coffee didn't matter what it was, made me want to vomit.
Guys, she actually joined different Facebook groups and other groups.
Support groups.
It was unbelievable. I mean, really, if she, an empty coffee cup, an empty one.
You left in the car all morning.
She couldn't get into the car. It was that bad. What was worse, though, the no smell or the deranged smell?
The distorted smell. Yeah. And then I couldn't make sense of anything to cook for you or the kids. So you guys were trying to TV dinner it in the oven, but even just simple oven fumes
would drive you insane.
Would put me in tears.
That's crazy. Listen, here's what we do, though. We get involved in your life. We try to help out. We've got a list of experts, attorneys, contractors, roofers, you name it, at referrallist.com. And that's what we do here, day in, day out. If you've been ripped off, I want to hear from you, or maybe you just got a question. We got one line open, 303-713-8255. Hey, Perry, what is going on with you, man?
Well, I bought a 2019 Dodge Rebel from Larry H. Miller on the 17th of February.
2019 Dodge Rebel. I have never heard of a Dodge Rebel. Keep talking. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, that was my dream truck. I always wanted one of them. Well, on the 5th of March, it caught fire. It didn't catch fire in the engine compartment. It caught fire between the bed and the cab underneath. So and the fire department did come pretty quick, and they put it out.
Well, what did they say caused? I'm dying here. What did they say caused the fire? Was it just sitting?
They don't know yet. they don't know what caused the fire.
Well, Barry, was it? Help me out a little bit. Was the vehicle on? Where was the vehicle?
It was the county line in Santa Fe at a light.
Okay.
And it died. I had my 92-year-old mother with me.
Oh my God!
Timing,
jeez.
It just died. It wouldn't start. So I got out, was flagging traffic around the truck, and called Larry H. Miller to come and get it.
Yeah.
And while I was on the phone with him, I turned around and seen the flames coming up between the cab and the bed.
Man. I hope you grabbed your mother.
Hang up, because I hollered fire. He said, well, hang up and call 911. So I did. They came and put the fire out. Now I'm having a problem with the insurance company.
You know what? That is, hold on a second. That is an incredible story. A couple things. One, I assume your mother, you got her out of the vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody was fine. How bad did it get? Did it like burn down to ashes? Did the firemen show up and put it out? I mean, is it totaled? What happened?
Well, yeah, the firemen did show up and put it out, but we're not sure if it's totaled or not, being the fire was underneath. I think it probably melted the wiring harness. So now I filed a claim the next day on the 6th of March, and they have not done anything. They've been wanting pictures. Larry H. Miller did send pictures of the truck.
So it's back at Larry H. Miller at there. Do they have a body shop, or what do they have there?
No, they don't have a body shop or anything. They're just.
Is he going to need body work? Is he going to need like a paint job, or you just don't know?
Yeah, I'm sure it did bust out the back window. It burnt the bed up pretty good.
Wow.
I'm sure it burnt the wiring harness underneath.
What insurance company do you have?
It's Stateco. Mountain Storm is the carrier.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's been
what do they say?
3 weeks. I filed on the 6th of March.
Yeah.
And still nothing.
Well, let me ask you a few questions. Do you have rental coverage? Or are you in a rental?
No, Larry H. Miller did give me a rental after a complaint. So they're paying for me a rental.
What is Safeco saying when you talk to them? Are they saying we still got to send somebody out there? What are they saying? What's the newest update?
Safeco has been wanting pictures of the truck.
Yeah.
And the dealership did go out and take pictures and send them.
Okay.
And now they want more. Now they want more pictures.
Well, okay. And is the dealership doing their part?
The Larry H. Miller, yes, is doing their part. But I'm having a hard time getting the adjuster out there to actually look at it.
Yeah. It's so curious, the fire aspect of it. Who did you say your insurance broker was?
Mountain Storm.
Mountain Storm. So what do they say when you call them up?
They say they are still trying to get the adjuster to come up with some answers. They put it back on the adjuster.
You know what? That would piss me off, man. That's why I use Compass Insurance, and I'm not going to sit here and explain every reason why. I'm not going to turn it into a commercial, but I want to see if we can get Brian on, Kelly. I want to see if one of his people can call up on this guy's behalf. I assume you have your policy number or claim number.
Yeah, here's somewhere I can get.
We got to light a fire under their ass. I mean, really, your mountain, whoever should be doing this. But you know what? You called the right place. These guys will get through to them and figure out what's going on. I can't imagine, like, how high were the flames coming? I mean, was it like engulfed or what?
Oh, yeah, I could send you a video.
I'd love that. I would love to see the video. In fact, I'm going to put you on hold. Get that to Kelly. I want to see that video big time. Maybe we'll put it up on our YouTube channel so people can see it. But I can't imagine they're not going to total it. I mean, if it looks like you're describing, engulfed in flames, I can't imagine all the problems there could be with that. Every single wire running to the fuel pump, that back window goes out. How about the upholstery? Is it leather? What is it? Is it pleather, leather? Is it cloth? Did it burn up?
It didn't look too bad. I think it's got a lot of smoke damage.
Oh, the smoke damage could be absolutely insane. In fact, is it a cloth seatings? I don't even know how you would get rid of that much smoke.
Yeah, it's kind of a combination cloth and vinyl.
Yeah, that thing could be just saturated. I mean, this is insane. Hold on. Kelly's going to get that information. And then, Kelly, let's see if we can't get Brian on. I mean, he's talking the 6th. That's 3 weeks. I mean, I realize companies are a little slow right now. I happen not to like Safeco in general. I used to like them up until I had a claim with them, and they're a pain in the ass to work with. I had to hire Matt. I had to hire a public adjuster, Matt, just to get it done. They denied the claim right off the bat.
Oh, it's just with Safeco, we get these little checks every few months, Mark, for having no claims and whatnot. I thought you were happy with them.
Up until yesterday, where our daughter got pulled over backed up to law school in Laramie.
Can we still ground her?
You know what? She's going to be an attorney this year, and she's speeding. She said she had to change her bar application because you got to list
update.
You've got to update it because you got to list every single thing. Look, we got one line open. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We got an issue with a lost check. In fact, I guess Bo's working on that. We're going to see what's going on there. And then Chris has an issue with a car insurance claim. That'll be 2. That'll be 2 right there. Maybe Brian can help with that too. Everybody hold on.
Yeah, you got a ticket?
Yes. Speeding. I'll tell you about it when he's done with his spots.
Discount Bath and Joe Lazara. You know, I hope you never have to hear the words from a police officer, put your hands behind your back, ma'am or sir, because here's the bottom line. You get popped with a DUI or maybe aggressive driving, maybe drag racing, maybe assault, maybe murder, maybe anything out there. You need the right attorney. And I'll be quite frank with you. The name of the guy is Joseph A. Lazara. He's one of the best out there. He knows all the DAs. He knows all the people in the offices. He's well respected with the judges. And if you've been accused of a crime, you need Joe. He's got flat rate pricing on some things like DUIs. Give Joe a call. Put this phone number in your phone so you have it, 303-429-6200. Joe Lazara is his name, 303-429-6200. Discount Bath. Quality remodels at discount prices. They have upfront, transparent pricing. In fact, you can even get a bid or an estimate from them right over the phone. If you go to discountbath.com, go to the bottom of the website, and you'll see a button you click, and basically you're going to upload a quick video of what you want. But if you don't know what you want, they'll give you every kind of idea you can imagine. Maybe you have a tub and shower, and you want to get rid of the tub and make it a bigger closet. You can do that. These guys can do just a simple old tub shower combination to a walk-in shower, all the way to a complete remodel, including moving the commode and anything else you can imagine. DiscountBath.com. DiscountBath.com.
Are you done? Oh.
I am done.
So she had spring break and didn't want to take the cat to Romeo's house in Grand Junction. So she brings the cat to us. She goes to Grand Junction. She's there for a week. Well, she decides she's going to drive home Sunday because we had to have the cat out. We're like, we're getting the floors done. You got to get your cat. So she drives home Sunday, gets home Sunday night, and says, I'm just going to drive back to YO before my class in the morning Monday. Well, she's like, well, I thought it was a 75, and it was a 65, and I was doing 80. He's only riding her for 5 miles over.
She's getting her own insurance. She's fucking done with mine. No, I'm not kidding. That'll cost us a fortune, and we're looking at a new car, so it's like, whatever.
Well, she can get her own insurance once she's out of the house, right? Is that what you're saying?
Is the mic on the camera?
I fixed it already.
Yeah,
Kelly, anytime you light the camera up, you got to mute the mic. No, it wasn't muted. I muted it.
Plus the 20 people on YouTube.
Yeah, just double check. Yeah. Yeah, I must have hit it or something.
We're
Thanks,
used
girl.
to it.
His he's not answering my text, and it's going straight to voicemail.
Yeah, we want to be on YouTube. Why?
So
That's fine.
yeah.
Just text him, whatever.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I'm just letting you know.
Yep.
So, that guy.
Harry.
State Patrol, Sue?
I would imagine it was WYO State Patrol.
Wyoming State Patrol?
I think.
Was it in Wyoming?
I honestly don't know if her ticket was in Wyoming or in Colorado. I don't know where she got pulled over.
Does Wyoming share information with us?
Yes.
You're sure?
But she has to disclose every ticket and infraction and legal thing she's been with for her whole life. So she's like,
life.
oh yeah. I mean,
wow.
I got a minor in possession in the 9th grade for
Say it
having
again.
nicotine. She's got to disclose all of it.
I think she was doing over 80 and a 55, but he rode it for under 5 miles an hour.
Well, it was 65. I think WYO's faster.
She's buying her own insurance. That's all I know.
I think my daughter got 100 in a 65. Proud of her. You go, girl.
I was on Santa Fe, and I just bought my RX-8, and I opened it up and passed a car, an SUV doing well over 100. I just zipped by him, and in my rear view mirror, I see that SUV has lights. The only reason I got lucky as hell is they pulled me over, and somewhere in between Douglas County and whatever is on Santa Fe heading towards like Littleton, it switched.
No.
So by the time they called me over, they said, you sit there. They had guns drawn, everything. All right, 303-713-8255. We've got one line open. You need some help. I'd love to hear from you. Hey, Perry, here's the bottom line. Let me go to Perry, Kelly. Put him back on hold, please. Hey, Perry, look, I've got to call into Brian. We're going to have Brian reach out to Safeco. 20 days is not crazy. I know you want to get this thing fixed, and I know that aspect of the situation sucks. I mean, this is why we have insurance, not to sit around 3 weeks not knowing if we're getting a new car, not knowing if this is going to be repaired. But I'd kind of fight for this to be replaced after a fire like that. But I'm going to see what Brian's got to say about that. So Kelly's going to grab your info. The second we hear from Brian, we're going to call and reach back out to you. Sound good?
Sound good, thanks.
All right, hold on, man. Make sure she gets that information. And, the other thing I could do, you know what, Kelly? I would like to try petty details. I would like to ask them a question on how can you get an insurance company to total it. Hey, you really don't want this fixed, do you, Perry? Don't you want to just go buy a new vehicle? If I had a vehicle that I just bought and all of a sudden it was in flames, I'm not so sure I would want that vehicle back. What are your thoughts on that?
You're correct. Yeah, there's no way I want that truck back.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I want to ask someone at Petty Details. They're one of our experts on valuation. They deal with insurance companies all the time. And what I'm curious about, can you invoke a certain clause in that contract to where if you can prove the value of that vehicle... Well, I just got to ask Perry. What's his first name, Suzanne? What's Petty's first name?
Oh, it's Justin Petty.
Justin Petty.
Yeah.
Let's try to get him on. Meantime, hey, Chris, what's going on with you? And Jamie, I'll come to you after that. 303 Martino, one line open. Chris?
Hi, yeah. So March 10th, my wife was involved in an accident in a parking lot. She was pulling out of a spot and got hit by somebody attempting to go around her. I've already put stuff into the insurance. My insurance is kind of handling it, but at the moment they're showing it as like a shared liability or shared responsibility for both parties.
Yeah.
However, after like reviewing photos and kind of just taking the time to look at things and analyze things, it definitely appears like the other party was speeding through the parking lot and was possibly on their phone or something and not paying attention, because my wife was like completely out of the parking space. And
where did she get hit? Describe where the damage is on both cars.
So we drive a minivan. The damage was done on the back bumper of our minivan.
And what hit the back bumper?
They hit their front bumper.
So they were driving, she's backing out. That's going to be a tough one, man. I mean, what videos do you have? What evidence? I understand you have pictures, but in other words, how would you prove that she didn't back out and that car was already there, and when she backed out, the bumper, her back bumper hit his or her front bumper? How would you prove that?
One is the location, because it's not so much like directly in the back. It's more towards the side, like just right behind the rear tire. And then again, and just in terms of like direction of travel, that's really all I have. And their damage is on the front of their bumper, not so much like on the side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what are they trying to do? A 50-50, 51-50? What are they trying to do?
As far as I know now, they're trying to do it like 50-50, like shared liability. But I mean, just if you saw the pictures, you'd look at it and say, there's no way that it's like 50-50. It doesn't make any sense.
Let's see the pics.
Yeah, I'd like to see the pictures too, but here's the deal, man. I don't know how you're going to convince. Does it happen to be the same insurance company?
No,
Okay, that's good. So who's telling you? Your insurance company is telling you it's 50-50?
Both insurance companies are telling me it's 50-50.
And they're telling the other driver the same. Did the other driver admit guilt on the scene? Not that really even matters, but did they?
No, honestly, the other driver was super hostile, and it was difficult to get information from him. I mean, we did eventually, but...
Yeah. And then, of course, because it's private property, there's no ticket issued or anything. And you say he's speeding through there. I don't know how you'd prove that. I mean, really, the best you're going to do in this situation, man. I mean, if you send them the photos, there's no reason for your insurance company not to fight for you if they thought they could possibly win this. But they're looking at it from two stances. One is an economical stance. If the other insurance company is going, look, there's no way we're going to pay out on this, that would be a court battle under, and we're not talking a lot of damage. It wouldn't even make sense. So from an economical standpoint, I don't know why they would go forward on this if they can't prove it.
It ended up totaling out my vehicle.
How the hell did it total out your vehicle?
It ended up deploying our curtain airbag in our minivan. Like, it ended up deploying the airbag.
What year is that thing?
2013.
And what are they valuing it at? It must be a really low value.
They're valuing. I haven't gotten a cash value from the insurance company yet.
Yeah.
They totaled it out at like $7,500.
And you do have coverage on your side, right?
Correct.
So in other words, what's your deductible?
My deductible is $1,000.
So, the only thing you're going to lose out on here is that deductible. What you could do, honestly, Chris, and this is probably what I would do if you really have those pictures, and the pictures are speaking for what happened. I mean, if they actually tell the tale, here's the deal. You go through your insurance company, you get that check for $7,500, $6,500, whatever it is. Then you go after the other driver individually in small claims court for the $1,000.
Okay.
Now, the other thing with your insurance company is they got to give you a fair price on that vehicle. I don't know what it is, but we might have Petty on. I always want to say Richard Petty. I swear to God, I always do.
Not Tom Petty?
Yeah, we're Tom Petty.
Oh.
We're going to have Petty Details on in a minute. If you want, we can ask them what that value is, but if they're not going to give you the correct value. But as far as proving it, I wouldn't even mess around with it since you have coverage. I mean, it's a 50-50 accident. I mean, I don't know what else you're going to do about it. It's really going to be up to your insurance company, man. And if they're agreeing with that, there's nothing you're going to do to twist their arm. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It sucks.
It's a family van. It's got a sentimental value, and we don't want to get rid of it.
Well, the sentimental value is worth zero.
It's fine now.
Yeah, what are you going to buy? You going to get another minivan?
We're probably going to keep the van, to be honest.
Oh, you're going to buy. Now, why would you do that? I'm curious. Why would you do that?
Well, we just spent $7,000 last year replacing the engine, so it's got a brand new engine in it.
Hey, hold on one sec. You stay on there. Hold on. Hey, Justin Petty, man, how are you doing?
Good.
Hey, Justin, 2000, let me ask you, because I have this guy up right now. 2013, let me see what kind of van it was. Hey, what is it, Chris? A 2013 what?
Honda Odyssey.
And then how many miles on it?
Well, it's got a brand new engine, but it's got 140 on the body.
Now, when you say a brand new engine, how much did you pay for the engine?
$4,000.
So you paid $4,000. Who did it? Is it like a Jasper engine?
No, Master Tech Auto.
And how long ago? How many miles ago?
Probably about 20,000 miles ago.
Well, that's quite a while. Justin, I mean, in that, so question number one for you, does that engine bring any more value to that vehicle?
I mean, it's still the van that it is, even with the new engine. Why was the engine replaced?
Yeah. Well, yeah, why was it? Did your other one throw a rod? Did it seize up, or what happened?
I guess from what I was told, the rear main seal gave out while we were driving.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
just old. The answer is it's old as hell, Justin.
So, you said how many miles were on it again? You said it, but I missed that.
Oh, there's 140 on the body, but about 20,000 on the new engine. It was just replaced in January of last year.
You know, I mean, this goes with anything, though, Justin. I mean, if I just put brand new tires on a vehicle and someone else smashes it into it and totals the vehicle, and the tires are a week old, I mean, do I get my money back on those tires as well as the value of the vehicle? Or you've got to have tires on a vehicle so it really doesn't bring anything extra. I have heard before, if something is brand new, though, like a brand new set of tires that are a day or two old, you might get a little more. I mean, generally speaking, how does that work?
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, you got to have tires. You've got to have an engine. If it doesn't have either of those, it's not worth anything.
Yeah.
So, but you don't get the full value of the replacement cost of those things back. And of course, it does matter when you put it on. If they're brand new, yes, you're going to get a credit for it. If you just put them on, the 2 days before, then yes, you're going to get some credit. Normally, you get about, I don't know, 50 or 60% credit.
Yeah, because you had to have tires anyhow.
Right.
Yeah, and then so, with the engine, this thing's already got 20,000 miles on it. I would assume that brings almost no extra value to the vehicle.
I mean, think about it yourself. Do you want a car that's got a replaced engine in it?
It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's not something that adds a lot of value, but of course, yeah, the circumstances can be, who put it in, where did it come from? Yeah. Was it brand new? All that kind of stuff.
Can you do me a favor? I got to take this break. Let me put you both on hold. But Justin, can you do me a favor? They're totaling that vehicle. He got hit by somebody. Actually, he didn't get hit. It was a 50-50 deal according to both insurance companies, which I want to ask you about because that seems to happen more and more. But can you look up the value of that vehicle now that you have it? It's a 13 Odyssey with 140,000. Can you give us an idea?
I can.
All right, hold tight, man. I appreciate it. Everybody hold tight. 303-713-8255. We got one line open.
I love these headlines. CNN, it was a major blunder. Fox, it was no big deal. I'm not hearing anything. I was just wondering.
No one's.
We won't hear it yet. Let's call him.
K&H Home Solutions, man, these guys have been around so long, it's absolutely crazy. You talk about heritage in a company. Well, 1956 is when it was established by Henry. These guys have been going strong ever since, 68, 69 years later. They have some of the nicest entry doors out there. In fact, the Provia entry doors, listen to this, made from 20-gauge steel. Most other doors are like 26-gauge or even higher. You want that. You're going to absolutely love these. They're all pre-finished in beautiful colors. They're not going to fade on you. They have great siding, the diamond coat siding. Now they also have a new window, the Alpin window, that's made right here in Colorado for Colorado homes. And it is thermally efficient. It's almost like a wall. It's super insulated. But you're going to love K&H Home Solutions, and you know they're going to be around. Check them out at khwindows.com. That's khwindows.com. You know, retirement planning is more than just managing investments. And that's what I love about the folks at Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They look at every aspect of your life and help you when you're thinking of retiring or getting ready to retire. They'll help you even with Social Security. They'll help you optimize your benefits. They'll help you with Medicare and supplements and insurance, and they'll talk about annuities at guaranteed money. They'll talk about long-term health care. They'll talk about estate planning. And then, of course, they'll talk about the investment aspect of it. How much cash flow do you need to live the life you want? Put it all together with these guys, over 40 years of helping people like you. Check them out at rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com.
I told him not to quit his day job.
What's that?
You read the wrong spots.
Oh, I did? Well,
I was wondering. I was going,
You're like, that's not Sheridan Auto Tech.
right.
See, now you switched up from what you did before. Now you're driving me insane.
It is completely my fault that I wrote the fucking time on
It
there.
is. You had all three of them there, then you took one away, and I
With
went
the
to the
actual
second one.
times they're
My
supposed
God,
to be
Shannon.
read.
You know what? Go get Brenda.
You know, I guess part
Go
of the
get
problem
Brenda.
is that you're 7
You know
minutes
what?
late to the break, so you didn't
Get
know which one
Brenda.
to do.
We're done with you, brother.
Bag of dicks.
You're done.
You know what?
I
Go
love
get
bag of
Dragon.
dicks.
Go get Dragon.
This is probably what
I want
happened
the
on that
A-team.
signal
I am
app.
done with this
You know you
C-team.
can buy a bag of dicks.
I know that. This is the.
Oh, do you
this is
retire to
what
buy a
happened
bag of
on-
dicks?
Why don't
I
you
know.
change it up? Why don't you put Jamie on line 4, but they're really on line 1?
That's not my area. My area
God.
is the way that you
I'll
get
tell you what
paid,
area
not the
you're
people
at.
you talk to.
You're thinking about the fucking buffet like usual.
Always.
Oh, shoot.
This is probably how that signal app was going.
God.
Fuck you, Hegseth. We're going to drop the bomb.
Now, how far over did we go? That's insane.
A lot.
Yeah. Come on, bro.
Bro, I'll leave him now. Here's the deal. Here's the only decent thing Tom does. He erases them when he's done doing them.
Yeah, okay. That's good.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
What?
Jeez, why do you change up from how you did it yesterday?
Because I thought that would help you.
Yeah,
to have
well,
the
we see
next
what your
one you're
help has
supposed-
done.
As a matter of fact, I worried about, is tomorrow the day we're getting together with Joe?
Yes.
Because
Tonight.
when you, huh?
It's tonight.
Oh, I thought it was Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
What?
I got to cut shows with Joe tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Because when you said last week, next Wednesday, I thought you meant tomorrow last week.
Yeah. Thank you. I love you, Shannon.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
On Tuesday, he goes, can you do it next Wednesday? Do you mean tomorrow?
Poor Marky Mark.
That's ridiculous. It is. I can't believe he did that.
Oh, my God.
can't believe he did
stop.
something.
He writes it up different every single show.
Yeah, oh, then the next break's going to be different, too.
Yeah.
Just stand by, princess.
That's what Addie used to call Suzanne when she was pissed at her.
Yeah.
Princess.
The next break has plenty of time available
Yeah.
for whatever you want.
So's your face.
Your face has time. Oh.
Why don't you just put up what tomorrow's spots are, just for the hell of it? Let's just go there. Just do
Because
that.
that is the part that was throwing me off. You'd always ask for the spots before the show started.
Put the dates up.
Yeah. so that you could figure out.
And then Shannon will say, that says 326. That's Wednesday.
That's next Wednesday.
That's next Wednesday.
That would be next Wednesday.
So you guys have a thing with Joe next Wednesday?
Tomorrow.
That's next Wednesday.
Yeah, to us, yeah.
That is
Here we
the
go.
next
Oh, no.
Wednesday.
This Wednesday, next Wednesday.
The next possible Wednesday, which is tomorrow.
Thank you.
Possible.
God, I hate you.
That
Here we
is the
come.
way we should say it. All right, by the way, this show, or this hour at least, brought to you by Paul the Waterman, the best for less. They got a system under $4,000 right now. Gets rid of, it gets rid of the chlorine. It softens the water, and it gets rid of forever chemicals in the entire house. And they're throwing in a reverse osmosis for your kitchen sink. You're going to love this system. Other people sell it $10,000 to $15,000. Paul the Waterman, he's got this thing under $4,000. You got to get it this month, though. Check them out at waterpros.net. They did our system. We couldn't be happier. They're absolutely great people. Now, 303-713-8255. I want to jump back to Justin Petty with Petty details on our referral list. What is that Honda Odyssey worth?
So, do we know the trim level?
I bet he does. Hold on. Oh, that was great, Shannon. Unbelievable. Let's get Justin back up. Hey, what's the trim level of that, Chris?
That's an EXL.
EXL. He's going to pull that up, and we're going to figure out what it's worth. But here's the bottom line. If your own insurance company is going to undervalue it, you understand that engine probably didn't bring anything to the game, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
And I wouldn't keep it, man. We'll ask our expert about that. But just doing this show for so many years, honest to God, man, I don't know why you would keep that vehicle. It's probably going to need a transmission soon. It's probably going to need other stuff. Why wouldn't you think of just getting something else? You just love the fact it's got that engine.
Well, that's part of it. The other thing is, I've taken pretty darn good care of it. It's in really good shape.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. I thought you were kind of joking about the sentimental value, but I think you were actually telling the truth a little, weren't you?
A little bit, yeah. I've taken really good care of it. It's been on a lot of adventures. We've done a lot of cross-country trips with it. So
let me guess, you only drove it to churches, right? On
yeah,
Sundays.
sure.
Hey, so Justin, it's a, what is it again, Chris, an EXL?
Yes, an EXL.
EXL, sir.
So, 11,500.
Now, and he's thinking they're only going to offer him like 7. So what happens when you're dealing with your own insurance company and they're only going to offer you $7,000 and you've got an expert like you that does this for a living, valuing cars, says it's worth $11,000? What's the next step?
Yeah, well, if it's your own insurance company, you invoke the appraisal provision of your policy and force them into a third party negotiation, kick them out of it.
Yeah, and that's what you do. You would represent them in that, right? Or at least that side.
Right. Yeah, they could hire us as their appraiser, and then the carrier would have to hire their own appraiser.
And then you guys battle it out.
Most of the time, we settle them pretty quickly, yes.
Yeah, so Chris, if they don't offer you what you should be getting for that, you call Justin up, and these guys charge, what do you charge, $500 out the door?
Yeah.
That's it, $500, and in the case you're talking about, that's a $4,000 difference. So no matter what, the guy's going to be able to get you more money. What do you think about keeping that vehicle, Justin? He's like, they took it on trips with the kids, and he's tied to it or married to it somehow. And, it's a 2013 Odyssey. I mean, yeah. I would take the 11.5 and go get a newer vehicle or something else. If they offer it to sell back to him because they're totaling it, how do you figure out what that value is?
Well, that would be the only reason it might be worth it. It's going to have a salvage title, and then they might undervalue the salvage with the new engine and such in it.
Yep.
And so you might be able to keep it for a better deal, but it would just be the intrinsic value, like you said, that would make you want to keep it. I wouldn't want to keep it. I'd let them have it.
I'd let them have it too. Now, if he invokes that appraisal clause, is that appraisal clause when he hires you, will that also include negotiating a buyback price?
It will include the salvage value. It does, yes.
Because you can argue that as well, can't you?
That's right. Yeah, we can determine what it's worth in its wrecked condition for sure.
Yeah, and didn't you say it had airbags go off, Chris?
Yes, it did.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, that thing could be just a nightmare to put back together, but let me give you his number. Let me give you Justin's number, Chris. You can find him at referrallist.com or go to diminishedvalueexpert.com. That's the best website for it, diminishedvalueexpert.com. You got any other questions, Chris?
No, that pretty much covers it.
All right, hold tight. That's about it. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Well, I just didn't want you to let Justin go because we have Perry with the car fire.
Oh, God, yes.
So that's what we originally called Justin
for. Hold on, Justin. I actually got you on for a whole different reason. Hold tight, man, and we can free up that line. Hold on, 303-713-8255. We're going to have two lines open in a minute. 303 Martino, then Jamie, I promise you're next. This one was crazy. If it's the one I'm thinking about, her daughter got a check for like 10 grand, something around there, and then lost it. It was a cashier's check, and this damn credit union wasn't doing a damn thing. They wouldn't cancel it and reissue it. It's a crazy story. I'm hoping we have it figured out, but I don't know. We'll find out together. I did it. I didn't, you prick. Now, see, this says 10:45 break, and yet...
In the next break.
No, I just did these.
You got to do Sheridan Auto.
Oh. You suck. You bastard. All right, let me tell you about Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin, he's got a great team down there. They can do all the maintenance on your car, and then, of course, anything breaks, they can fix it. They can do alternators, and they can do tires and brakes, and they can do a transmission and engine. They can do anything you can imagine on virtually any car out there. They have a 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty, which is unbelievable. So no matter where you are in the country, you'll feel protected for anything Sheridan has done. Check these guys out. You're going to love them. SheridanAutotech.com. That's SheridanAutotech.com. Now, check this out. My money, my way. Joe and the gang, tonight, we have a movie event. In fact, Suzanne and myself are going to be there. We hope you guys can make it, but it's at the AMC in Highlands Ranch, that big one. I think it's called the AMC 24. You go to mymoneymyway.com. You got to sign up right now. It is tonight, and I'll do a little intro when we get out there, and I look forward to meeting you. But if you're sick and tired of looking at your 401k or your IRA going up and down like crazy, we don't know what's going on with tariffs. I'm not saying you get out of it altogether, but I'm saying the guaranteed money is a good thing to have these days the closer you get to retirement. Imagine that. A check that you're going to get every month till the day you die. It's one of the best annuity products out there. But this movie is going to talk about Social Security, and it's a good movie. It's like a Hollywood kind of production. You're going to enjoy it. Free concessions, and I look forward to seeing you. MyMoneyMyWay.com. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Jeez.
You know how we're meeting Savvy next week?
Oh, we are?
Well, yeah, for when we're in Fort Collins.
Yeah.
So she's on Discord, you know, the other chat room for the morons.
Yeah.
She's like, wait to see, because you've put her in timeout for correcting your diction. She wonders if you're going to put her in timeout in real life.
Probably.
Give me that beer. I'm taking that beer from you. Yeah, she's in Fort Collins.
I know.
She's a sweetheart. Been wanting to meet her for a long time now, but we're never in Fort Collins.
Right.
So she was like, hey, and next week we have to take our dog to the CSU.
Oh, the vet school up there.
Vet
an
hospital
MRI
up there.
and probably a CAT scan.
It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, I'm curious about her.
Oh,
Sherry?
I'm guessing, I think she's a young mom. I know she's a pharmacist or a pharmacy tech. I forget. I don't know which one, Savvy. I don't know if you're a pharmacist or a pharmacy tech.
Or anything.
Well, she is something.
How do you know?
She's always got drugs. That's how we know.
She's a drug dealer. Savvy's a drug dealer.
You have a phone number on that?
There, I just typed Brenda. I'd be shocked if we didn't have a replacement over the next break.
I'd be shocked if Shannon cares.
Hey, listen, no, I do really feel awful that I'm not good enough to overcome your incompetence.
Thank you.
That where I've let you down.
Thank you.
I need to be the bumper pads in the gutter of life that your balls constantly end up in.
Oh, my God.
So, listen, you have lasted here for, I have no idea how.
30 years, yeah.
I have no idea, how that's possible.
30 years.
Unless, your mom works here. It's a
Blowing
higher
all
up.
the right people. Fuck you.
Blowing all the right.
That I do believe.
Oh, my God. You guys are sick.
Yes.
Don't forget, next Wednesday we have that deal.
You got it.
The next possible Wednesday
next
available.
Wednesday on the calendar.
The next possible Wednesday. Lawmaker wants to be able to bring her newborn.
Oh, the Colorado one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wants to be able to vote from home. No way. You got to show up to vote.
She's apparently anti-choice.
Yeah, she's a pharmacist. Yeah.
Who is?
I knew she was a tech or a pharmacist.
So you're telling me she went to school?
No, she's just got the pill identifier app.
What kind of pharmacist?
Who hasn't used the pill identifier?
Who hasn't?
You know, you find a little something in your bag. You're like, what the hell is this?
Who hasn't
It's
sent
not
a dick
labeled.
pic? Who
I
hasn't
better
sent
see.
a dick pic on Signal? Show of hands.
Who was the one we met in that hell of a shit town?
Sherry.
That was Sherry.
Yeah, she lives with her ex-husband, which is so interesting, but he was such a cool guy.
So interesting.
And she was so cool.
Can you imagine that, moving in with your ex?
That would be
Mark and I. We'd get divorced and stay there.
There's people that have been divorced and remarried 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
God, you say that like it's normal.
No,
So
but
crazy.
I think it's more common than you think.
You know what happens is they get divorced and go, geez, I guess it was me. Because no matter who I'm with, everything seems like shit.
Let's see. I'm going to make a call real quick.
Hey,
have plenty of
Shannon,
time.
try not to hang up on our call-in guests this time, please.
Yep. I think I've done pretty good turning your mic off when we go to break.
Remember, Harry.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We are going to have 2 lines open, 1 line right now. Love to hear from you. Here's the deal, though. I'm going to go back to Justin Perry. Hey, Justin Perry, Justin Petty, Perry, the caller. Check this out, man. His vehicle, a 2019 Dodge 1500 truck, caught on fire at like a red light, man. He jumped out, got his 92-year-old mother out of there, so they're safe, and basically watched this thing become engulfed in flames. Fire engine showed up, put it out. It's been sitting down at a dealership where he purchased it not too long ago for almost 21 days. And Safeco is the insurance company, and they're being really slow on getting this thing checked out. But he doesn't want this vehicle back. Now, they haven't totaled it yet. They have asked for pictures. Then they called the dealership back up and asked for more pictures. But first question, these days, is that a long time, 21 days, where that's like pretty much right on schedule these days?
With a fire, that's probably regular.
That is probably reasonable. Why is that? Why are fires harder? I don't get it.
Well, they automatically flag them, and they involve assigning different people and a cause and origin expert. So there's a few more administrative things that they have to do to get those things lined up. Yeah.
So Perry, I guess this is pretty normal, this time frame. Now, if they want to repair this thing, I can't imagine they'd want to. It blew out the back window, the bed's all kind of burn up, and the paint's all nasty now. I mean, typically speaking, a fire like he's describing, how would they fix that thing up, man? I mean, just like you replace the seats, I mean, those things are going to smell forever. Have you ever seen where there's been a substantial fire and they don't get rid of the vehicle? They don't total it?
No, it's like a flood. I mean, it's got to be very minor for it not to total it.
Hey, Perry, I don't think it's going to be an issue, and I think the time frame is right on now. I didn't even think of that. They've got to hire different experts to figure out the origin, because let's say this was a factory defect from Dodge or something. They might go after Dodge on this. I'm not saying that's what's going on, but they've got to figure out why this fire started.
Well, that's good to know. I was wondering about the time frame on the claim. It seemed like they were dragging their feet.
Yeah, I thought so too, up until Justin kind of enlightened us on that. That's a whole different group of experts, man. And he sent us a video, Justin. I haven't looked at it yet, but apparently it's pretty bad. So they probably will total it. And I'm going to tell you the same thing, Perry. If they offer you something, what'd you pay for it? You said you bought it not long ago.
They wanted $32,000. And I traded a truck in and put $5,000 down, and I bought the extended warranty.
Yeah, but what did you?
It's kind of complicated.
Hey, you know what? I wanted to ask you something on that, Justin. If someone bought an extended warranty or even a service plan, does the insurance company ever reimburse for that, or just the vehicle?
No, they're not going to pay for those things, but both of those give you a prorated.
No, definitely. So, Perry, you'll be able to get your money back, a proration, which in your case is virtually the whole amount. So you got to deal with the dealer on that. And I don't care if it's a service plan or an extended warranty. Almost all the time, with very few exceptions, you should be able to get a proration back. And then the other thing, though, Perry, is if they're not going to offer you what you think that vehicle's worth, I want you to call up Justin, man, because this guy's going to be able to get you the full value for it. And anybody out there listening, you ever need help, call Justin Petty when it comes to valuing a car. Maybe someone hit you and you have a diminished value claim. He can help you with that. But it's diminishedvalueexpert.com. Thank you, Justin. We got another hour coming. 303 Martino. Jamie, you're up next. Okay.
I'm going to run to the restroom. So you want one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to go get you one, but I'll wait for you to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to try and make a quick call with my son.
Take your time.
Okay.
What is it like? I mean, seriously, to become what is she, a pharmacist?
She is a pharmacist.
So that's like what? Like getting your GED and then a year at community college? I mean, how hard can it be like, hey, go count 8 yellows? Or wait, give me a blue. I'd like four blues. Try not to put 5 in there. I mean, really, how hard is it? Honestly, think about that. And then anybody can Google what drugs you can use together, because people are going to say, hey, you could accidentally take 2 wrong drugs and save someone's life. That's what a fight. Yeah, okay. You never heard of Google? Like, okay, can I take this and that? Oh, that's a real hard one to do.
What are you getting at?
Now what?
Shannon?
What'd you do now, Shannon?
Pretty much everyone that's ever been paroled is called a pharmacist.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it works.
Yeah, it's harder to make meth and become a pharmacist.
Right. Yeah, if you have an ankle bracelet, technically you are a pharmacist.
You know, I can go to Walmart and identify any drug on the shelf. That's it. Who can't do that? You simply read the label.
If you have shot up into some tender part of your body in a Walmart dressing room.
Yes.
Savvy says she's going to explain it to you. It's much more complicated.
Oh, she's going to do some explaining.
Yeah, and I'm going to give her permission to smack you.
I'm going to be doing some explaining.
Well, you're roofied.
Count 4 yellows.
Savvy's going to roofie Mark.
Give him 4
yellows. He's going to roofie his beer.
No, that one's pink. Don't give him the pink one. I said 4 yellows. My God, how hard can that be? Watch this. 1, 2, 3. Bam!
You
3
got to know
pills.
about medicine so you can consult the patient if they have any questions about side effects, about interactions
Ask
with
me
other
one thing.
drugs.
Ask me anything.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you take your blood pressure medicine with...
Good morning, Trouble.
I don't know.
Can you take blood pressure? Go ahead.
With
blood
birth
pressure
control.
with birth control. Okay, let's see here.
Okay, good luck there.
Instead of asking a pharmacist, I'll ask Google.
They ask the technician.
And
Yeah,
let's
but
see.
people want to talk to a person. They don't want to ask Dr. Google everything.
It doesn't matter. Dr. Google's, with the AI, it's smarter.
Does she
While
work
many
it-
birth control methods are generally safe, Suzanne, when taking blood pressure medication combined with combined with hormonal birth control containing estrogen is often not recommended for individuals with high blood pressure.
Well, see, but she has it all in her mind. She doesn't have to look stuff up when a patient says, pharmacist,
This
can
says
I
if
take
you're
this
on
with that?
if you're on blood pressure medication, what you should do is use the pull-out method. It says it right here, Shannon. The pull-out method is best.
I thought one of the best ways to avoid pregnancy is to be fugly.
I think that's how we had Miles.
Pull out?
Suzanne was on the pull-out method.
Does she work at a pharmacy with a drive-through window, and is she still tempted to ask if they want fries with that?
Yeah, I think it's an RV.
Gonna get some Grey Poupon with those.
It's an RV.
Has she ever used the phrase, meet me near the dumpster?
It's like, I put pharmacists
Poor
up there
Savvy.
just like
awesome.
I do those doctors that hand out medical marijuana
Now,
cards.
you know, she used to work, she knows the Bendinellis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, some way or another, we'll have to get the scoop.
Well,
be prepared to give us a scoop,
Well,
Savvy.
he does do criminal law,
Yeah.
so she probably counted the wrong yellow
I
pills.
think she knows one of the sons or worked with one of Bendinelli's sons or something to that effect. Oh, dear.
How many
My
years of
sister, are you working today?
to become a pharmacist?
How much schooling?
Let's see what it says. Here we go. To
4 years.
become a pharmacist.
How many hours of YouTube videos?
It typically takes 1 to 2 years
Minutes.
of high school education.
What? And shop class.
Yeah. We knew a pharmacist. He worked at a hospital.
Yeah.
Mike worked at a hospital. Now that's a real pharmacist.
Very good friend of mine who she had her own little trouble with drugs.
Yeah.
Ended up becoming the pharmacist at the only King Soopers in the Vale Valley.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, she really had it made at that job.
Made in the shade.
One for the customer, one for me, one for the customer, one for me.
Now, could a pharmacist be colorblind? That's an interesting question.
They shouldn't be.
I was
I
a
would think
photo
not.
processor, and I was colorblind.
I wonder if Savvy could name all the colors in a Crayola 24 pack.
If you know the phrase, red is gray and yellow white, and I decide which is right, you're not colorblind. Moody Blues? Anyone?
No.
Come on! The old fellers in there know the Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
Chopper. Chopper says.
Cold-hearted orb that rules the night, removes the colors from our sight, red is gray and yellow white, and I decide which is
Are
right and
those
which isn't.
song lyrics or something?
Yep.
God, I hope so. Or it's
Yeah.
just a strange, he's barfing
Moody
up
Blues,
thoughts.
man. Come on. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's a little before my time.
So is the Magna Carta, but it's why you can own property.
It's just another brick in the wall.
Holy.
How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat?
The Big Bang was before your time, but
Stand still again.
how about a little...
Y'all are messed up.
That's for sure.
No, there's a lot of messed up stuff here. Oh, here's the Ram fire picture. His name is Terry, not Perry. I wonder why that got confused.
It says here a lot of people that can't be a chiropractor end up being a pharmacist.
If you can crack your knuckles, you could be a pharmacist.
Mark is paying a hack pharmacist $300 a month to make him not hungry.
What's that? I didn't see it. What is it?
I might read that one.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, state complaints, try to make your life a little bit better. If you've been ripped off, there's a bad contractor in your life, bad landlord. I say landlord because, my goodness, we have dealt with so many of them. Or if you just have a problem, we're going to go to Jamie in a second, and I believe it was her daughter that got a cashier's check from an employer for some work done and basically lost the check. It happens. It was never cashed. My understanding was the bank acknowledges the cashier's check was never cashed, but the bank didn't want to make right on it. So we're going to find that out. But first, I need to tell you about Frank Duran, the real estate man. Frank sold our house in Castle Rock, and he was so great to work with. It's the secret sauce, and I mean that. Here's what it comes down to. He's going to get you more for your house. He got us more than the same model anywhere else in that neighborhood at that time. He got us the most money, and there was a lot of stuff for sale back then. And here's the bottom line. I'm not going to tell you how he did it, but he got a bidding war going. And we chose from a lot of very good offers, and we went with one, no contingency, basically a cash deal, and it just worked out perfect. Then he helped us negotiate our other house that we bought in Franktown. In fact, Frank sells more homes, listen to this, more homes in 1 month for more money than the average realtor in Colorado sells in over a year. And those are real stats. That's incredible. Now, Jamie, did I have that right? You are the one whose daughter had a cashier's check from her employer?
Yes, sir. And it was actually, it's her company. She had got the cashier's check at the finish of the job from the customer.
Oh, from the customer. I got it. And how much was the check for? It was close to $10,000.
$9,886.
Yeah, and then it was drawn off of some like Denver Credit Union. What was it called?
The Credit Union of Denver in Lakewood.
Yeah, and I couldn't figure out for the life of me why you simply couldn't go down there and they cancel that check. It's a cashier's check. They can see if it's been cashed or not. And it hadn't been, correct?
Correct.
And they told you to go out and get a bond, didn't they?
Yeah, and this is what they explained to us. So they told my daughter to go get a bond. I went to my credit union and asked them for information. So my daughter looked up a surety company to get an surety bond.
Yeah.
For the cashier's check. She called the credit union back up. Is this the right one? Are we doing the right thing?
And they said yes.
They were, yes. So she paid for it.
And then she goes down there and presents it to them, and they say, we can't take it.
Yeah, and she was sitting down there for almost 2 hours.
Yeah, and I said they're morons. I mean, literally, I can't believe how incompetent they are. This isn't even brain surgery. I don't understand why they simply don't cancel it, so if anybody tries to cash it, it just doesn't get cashed. It's dead. It's gone. It's over, and then just issue a new one. So Deputy Bo, didn't he meet you down there or something?
He did, because he called the bank. We gave him a contact number, and he called the bank and left, 3 or 4 messages and never got a call back. So he called me up, and he was like, hey, can we just meet down there? It was on Friday at 9:30 in the morning. So, absolutely. So we met him down there, and immediately we had a meeting with the bank president and one of the supervisors.
So they happened to be there.
Well, I think they were there because they knew we were coming in.
I love it.
So, I mean, that was my impression.
And that was Friday.
That was Friday.
So were you there too, or just your daughter? Who went?
My daughter, myself, and we met Bo there.
Excellent. So what happened?
So we went into the meeting. The president was very apologetic. He was like, we don't deal with this very often. And I mean, he was, I believe, honest. He was like, quite frankly, I don't think the people you talk to knew what they, were talking about.
Yeah, they were morons.
So they had taken it to their attorney, and they didn't like the surety bond that we had purchased, and they had an indemnity bond drawn up by their attorney. And so my daughter signed that. And we still have our surety bond.
How much did you pay for that? Wasn't it like $500?
$500.
Yeah, basically all that, for people out there who don't know what that is, it basically, if somehow that check did get cashed and it cost the bank that $9,800, they would basically reimburse the bank on it. So how did this work? Did they charge you anything on whatever they wanted her to sign?
No, they did not charge her.
So what did it basically say? That if someone cashes it, that she's going to give them the money? What exactly did the paperwork say?
It basically said that she would be held responsible.
For how long?
I believe it was 90 days.
Okay, that's nothing. So did they give her the money?
Yeah. So they also said that they had to call up the customer who had originally was out of his account paying my daughter this money.
Yeah.
So they called him up, and he evidently went down there and okayed everything.
Oh, good.
And then they called my daughter back up. My daughter and I went there Saturday morning, right when they opened, and they had a check waiting for her.
Thank God. You know what? And I'm still going to go back what I said originally. Whoever they talked to at first over the phone, morons. Whoever they dealt with when they walked into the branch after getting what the other morons told them to get were even bigger morons, where she had to sit there for 2 hours. But thank God this thing got done. I mean, thank God at least the branch manager or the president or whoever the hell it was finally looked at this and got it handled. I mean, think about that. It's a freaking lost check. It's not brain surgery. I am so glad we could help you out on that one, Jamie.
Well, I just appreciate it so much. I told Bo, thank you. And
he's a great guy.
I really know the reason all of a sudden, walls are moving and everything was the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show was thrown out there, and everybody decided something needed to get done.
Thank God. I mean, it's just so crazy, and I'm sorry you guys had to go through that. I like how they say we never have to deal with it. I mean, it's a bank. They've never had to deal with a lost cashier's check. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. It's insane. It's just crazy. Maybe nowadays people don't do it a lot. Everything's wires or ACHs or Venmo or whatever. But man, I really do appreciate that, and I'll make sure Bo knows. And I'm sure, ding, ding, ding.
Very cool.
We'll give Bo a dinger on that one. All right, folks, 303-713-8255. We got lines open. You've been ripped off. Got any questions? We've got great attorneys that can reach in and help. But anything, I want to talk to you. Everybody hang tight. We'll be back right after this.
Golly.
That's the craziest story. It's like it happens all the time.
We don't deal with this a lot. They're a bank. What else do they deal with?
Right.
I knew they were morons, though. I pegged them perfectly. They were morons. I assume Dominic was there to take over for you. Brenda sent him in. All right, I want to talk to Joe Chiano. We have got a movie event tonight. In fact, Joe, Susanna, or I are going to meet up with you there probably around 6:15. I'm looking forward to seeing people and seeing this movie, man. The Baby Boomer Dilemma. They're going to talk about all the risks in Social Security. Joe, we've seen this film. It's actually a pretty entertaining film, isn't it?
Oh, it is. You know, it's really a full-length Hollywood movie with actors. And let me tell you something, Mark. It's really, really timely for today's economic roller coaster that we're facing today.
It is. It's there's kind of a weird twist or a sad twist towards the end. I'm not going to say what it is, but it really does. When they start talking about, what's going on with Social Security, it makes all of us think. I'm not kidding, Joe. And then you start thinking about tariffs. And, back in the day, people would hear the word annuity and they'd go running because, going back 30 years or whatever, there was people out there selling annuities that aren't that great. But now these things you sell, not only do you get the 15% bonus, which is unbelievable. On top of that, when the stock market goes up, you're participating. You're actually going to be making more money for retirement. And then it ratchets in if the stock market goes down. So you're not living like a lot of people right now watching this thing go crazy. We don't know what's going to happen with tariffs. I mean, it could get a lot worse here. And having that guaranteed money, or I love what you call it, the guaranteed paycheck, as part of your retirement is just super. Now, if people want to sign up, do we still have room? I hope so.
Yeah, we still have room. So it would be phenomenal for people to call us right now.
I'd love it.
Or just go to mymoneymyway.com.
It'll be great. And Suzanne and I are going to be there, and I look forward to seeing people. But it's mymoneymyway.com, guys. Everybody sign up. Get out there. It's tonight, 6:30, AMC 24 in Highlands Ranch. You're going to love the movie. Joe's buying the concessions. It's going to be a good time. mymoneymyway.com. I'll do Gravina's after this. Gravina Windows and Siding. Man, Nick Gravina, in fact, he was at our house. We got a custom door ordered, a beautiful sliding door for our kitchen. We're having the floors redone. And I called Nick up. These guys have over 100,000 successful projects so far. They've been doing it for, my goodness, almost 50 years. You've heard the name. You can trust the name. GravinaWindows.com. Siding, doors, beautiful entry doors, and, of course, windows. They have over 20 manufacturers, 50 lines of windows. They've got something for every budget out there. GravinaWindows.com.
That Terry Perry guy with the fire?
Yeah.
So he tries to send a picture, and I'm like, no pic came through. He emails back, my insurance company is settled with me. Thanks.
Oh, wow. Huh. Well, that was quick.
Safe cool?
Yeah. I would like to see the fire, though.
Yeah, I think he was technically challenged.
Yeah, I have a feeling he didn't know how to send it because it's a video. It's so big.
Ew, that's why I thought it was a picture. I was like,
No, he said it was a video.
Video, right.
Did you guys do the Perry's pork chop on Friday?
Yeah.
Was it good?
No, we didn't do the pork chop. We did something else.
Oh, you did? I thought you were going for the pork chop.
No.
The pork chop on Friday is under $20, man. It's dirt cheap.
You know, I saw that. I just can't believe. And they let you do takeout on that.
I didn't know that. I've never tried takeout at Perry's.
Oh,
That'd be a little weird.
Pork chop right there.
You guys were saying Lazy Dave.
Lazy Dog.
Lazy Dog.
Yeah.
The frozen dinners
are good.
They're so good.
Their food's pretty good in general. They got an overwhelming menu, though.
Yeah, they do.
Massive.
It's a big, but the frozen meals, they're impressive for
They're
frozen
better than
meals.
any
I don't generally
frozen
do
meals
frozen.
I've had.
Yeah. And they're not terribly priced.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. First time of the day we got open lines. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. In fact, we got to add that 9,800 to our total of over $300 million in cash merchandise exchanges, refunds, directly due to this show. Did you get that added, Shannon? I hear you back there. Carry the one, and then boom, there you go. Now it's $9,800. That's a lot of money. Think about that over the years. And that doesn't include all the people that we've helped out when it comes to things like, getting them an apartment. We had one lady, we got her a liver, and I am not kidding you. I think it might have been for her daughter. We actually, back in the day, ran a big Facebook campaign looking for a match, and it worked out very well. Hey, Suzanne, let me ask you something.
Sure.
What is the hardest contractor we have dealt with? We've been married 30-plus years. And think of all the people and all the projects we've done since our Parker House, Castle Rock, Franktown. Did you remember anything going particularly awry?
Yeah.
Something, a bad experience?
With I can't think of any, Mark. We've had such great experiences.
We had one way back in Parker, and I hired a guy to fix our furnace. And I should have known, and I hate to say this, on the side of his truck, it had some proverb from the Bible. And I was like, oh, okay, well, my God, if he's got, if he's quoting the Bible, he's got to be a religious guy, and therefore he'd never rip you off, right? Worst contractor I ever had.
Gosh.
I won't make that again. How about the worst car we ever bought? We've been pretty lucky in general. You hated the Kia, but it was a good car, but you hated the minivan.
I didn't like it. I mean, I guess that's the one I hated the most.
You didn't like it because it was a minivan.
I did not like being a minivan mom. Sorry, minivan moms. I was an SUV mom.
Yeah, so I lost more money on that vehicle than any other vehicle. Well, that might not be true. I might have, when I finally sell this Model S, I might have lost some more money, but I've gotten a hell of a lot of good times out of it. So that's kind of a different deal.
Remember the Mitsubishi Galant I had?
All-wheel drive, all-wheel steering.
Yes.
Turbo.
Yes.
All four tires turned when you were driving it.
Yes.
And it was badass. That vehicle we made money on.
Okay, fair.
And you drove it for what, 2-3 years?
Yes, but the problem was we could never find, it was like there was a dead mouse or something in the vents, and I dealt with this terrible smell. I know. It's a terrible smell I dealt with for months and months, and we could just never figure it out. And it was like maybe a little dead animal up in the vents or something. So that's the only thing that really sticks out about that vehicle.
We had that car for 3 to 4 years, maybe longer.
Yeah.
And we bought it, I want to say, for around $13,000. We bought it used. And once again, it was called a VR4, a Mitsubishi Galant VR4.
Right.
All-wheel drive.
It was good.
All-wheel steering. It had a rack and pinion. When I sold it, I put it up, and I put it up back then probably on, maybe it was Craigslist, maybe the Denver Post for that matter, or maybe the Rocky Mountain News. It was an older vehicle. And we sold it for more than we bought it for. And the guy that bought it drove all the way from Utah, and they turned it into
a race car.
A race car for Baja sand.
Yeah.
Because it had the all-wheel steering, and it had everything they needed, and it was a standard.
Yeah. Well, Mark, not to switch tracks, but I thought the worst vehicle you would have said we bought was that RX-8. You had so many mechanical issues with it. Because it had a rotary engine or something like that?
That thing, guys. So my RX-7 I had a few problems with, and I love the Wankel. It's a rotary engine. In fact, I don't think it's in anything else but Mazda's. I mean, I really don't. And when I first bought it, this damn thing wouldn't start a few times. You'd crank it, it would just be a crank no start, and the dealer had to come out and get it twice. And they said it was a computer setting from the manufacturer, blah, blah, blah. I'd get it back, and it did it again. But I'm going to share another part of that vehicle history. Someone ran over it. Someone with less than 4,000 or 5,000 miles on it. As soon as I had that other no start problem, crank no start, someone got upset at me.
And it wasn't me.
It was not Suzanne.
Let's clarify.
I'm contemplating whether or not to say who it was.
I wouldn't.
I don't know why I wouldn't, but they did not like something I told them the week before. They did not like it. Someone asked me, and I'll tell everybody out there something. If someone ever says this to you, beware. Whatever you can say in front of me, you can say in front of her. Now, if you ever hear that from somebody, have you ever heard that before? I think all of us have heard it at least once.
Kind of version of that.
A version.
Yes. Yeah.
Whatever you can say in front of me, you can say in front of her. She's my wife. There's a good example of that. And I happened to say something that was very honest, but they did not like it whatsoever.
Yeah, you offended somebody.
Oh, yes.
Mark, you offended someone?
Yes. So the very next week, I happened to go over to my friend's house again. And that person was there. That person was not expecting me to show up. When that person saw me, they immediately started crying and kind of yelling and hopped into their Suburban. And the RX-8's a very small car. It's a little sports car. It's not much bigger than a Mazda Miata. She put it in reverse and ran her Suburban, or maybe it was an Expedition, I forget. It was massive, right up on top of my car that had 4,000 or 5,000 miles on it. I had to call Suzanne to come get me because literally my vehicle was smashed. That vehicle cost me about $60,000. I bought it on the showroom floor. She did $40,000 worth of damage. And the worst thing that ever happened to me was getting that thing fixed because it was never the same. That vehicle had every problem known to man afterwards. It made strange noises. Sometimes it wouldn't start again. I was afraid to drive it after I got it back. I fought with that insurance company to no end, and I could not get them to repair it. Or I'm sorry, I could not get them to total it. And it was a nightmare. And that is my, we'll call it,
and the RX-8,
we'll call it gold digger story.
Mark, the RX-8, I don't think we ever saw it again, really.
No, you know what we did? This is interesting, guys. Have you ever traded a vehicle with another person? You remember what we traded it for? I traded that RX-8 straight up, man. I traded it for the van. That's from Dumb and Dumber.
Just like you did the Nintendo cartridges for my first wedding ring?
That's very true.
Yeah. Okay, so what did you trade? I didn't remember
Now,
this.
why would you bring that up?
Because you're a trader. You're a barterer. That's why.
So listen, I traded that RX-8. I couldn't stand it anymore for literally I think it was a Lincoln Navigator. It was a big-ass truck.
Wow.
It was huge. And a 500cc two-stroke Yamaha dirt bike. Fastest dirt bike I think ever made on the world. This thing scared the hell out of me, and I sold it. And then I had trouble selling that damn car. I mean, you know, when people pull up a Carfax and there's $40,000 worth of damage, it's hard to sell a car. So I traded the car for the truck and the motorcycle. Then I sold the truck and the motorcycle and actually ended up making more than what I could have made on the car, even if I didn't have the accident. But you're right. That was the worst car we ever had.
I thought maybe that would be.
What's the worst car you ever had? Scott.
Deputy Dollar?
Yeah, I mean, my God. What is it? What's the worst car you ever had?
I think when I was a teenager, I had a Triumph sports car.
Yeah.
And
I thought people loved Triumphs.
Well, they did.
Yeah.
But, I paid $500 for it, and it was not the best car.
It's just always problems.
Yeah. It's English, so.
Yeah. Chopper?
My dad bought me when I was 16 a Dolphin.
Never heard of it.
It's a French car.
Oh, my God.
It was horrible.
I assume they don't make them anymore.
If they do, it's over in France.
John, I'll come to your car question in a minute, or insurance issue. My dad bought me my first car, okay?
Oh, yeah.
1979 Ford Granada. A 1979 Ford Granada. The car was so ugly. I went to my parents' house. I was out of the house like around 16. I drove to their house from my apartment one time with Suzanne, and we parked at their house to do something, probably feed the cat or something when they were out of town. This car that my dad bought me was so ugly. You ready for this? The neighbors called the police because the car did not belong in that neighborhood. I swear to God, I was profiled 100% in my parents' neighborhood. John, you're on after this. We got two lines open. 303 Martino. I'd love to hear your worst car. Really making me think of cars. That Granada sucked, Suzanne. That one got towed real quick.
Yeah.
Remember when that got towed from our apartment?
Yes.
Those bastards. Listen, man, my friend Lonnie came over, and we had to fix car. How much money did we have back then? My God, if we had a hamburger, we were happy. Literally, we'd go out once a week for a hamburger, and that made us happy as hell. So my friend Lonnie comes over. My transmission went out. I still remember. It had a C4 transmission in it. I bought one from a junkyard. He came over. We jacked the car up, and we're going to swap out the transmission. We get halfway done, and something happens. We got to run down and get another part. Those bastards at the apartment complex, those bastards towed my car because we had it out working on the parking lot. They towed it. We had no car. Suzanne and I were down to our cake bus. Yes, we had a big Hostess truck that was our own brand, but it was an old ARA ARA Mark van, the size of a Hostess van, an old school one. So you know what I did, damn it? Listen, you want to know why I do this job right now? You want to know why I love helping people? Should have I been working on that in the parking lot? Hell no, I shouldn't have. But you know what? We had no money, and I had to get that car back. That's the only thing we had besides our cake van, which all we use that for is delivery. It cost a fortune to drive. You know what I did? I took out tape. I forget what color. I think it was black. Black electrical tape, and I put Vector Properties, the manager of Sugarberry Apartments, will tow your car. Do not sign a lease here. And I brought it right up to the front where the leasing agent was, and I parked it right there. And every damn person that walked in there on the weekends I had a conversation with asked me how long it took me to get my car back. 100% paid. 2 days. 2 days. 2 days. A Saturday, Sunday, they agreed to not only have it towed back, but they actually had it fixed and put the transmission in because they knew I wasn't going away. Hold on.
I laugh every time I hear that Mazda story. That's just...
You know who it was, don't you?
Yeah, it was Tom's wife or girlfriend at the time or something.
Yeah.
Well,
second.
It was Holly, right? Or something? Yeah. That's just every time I think about that.
Your buddy said it right. It was a Renault Dolphin.
The Renault. I've heard
I
of
think
Renault.
my cousin might have had one of those.
A Renault.
French.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What have they ever won?
I like how the A-team's in there. Dominic, you going to kick Shannon out of there so we can do a show together, man, like the old days? Finally. $888heating.com. Listen, air conditioning season is coming up. That furnace has been working hard as hell all year long. These guys will come out for $45 and clean it. They're going to tear it apart, get rid of all the dirt. And by the way, dirt is the number one killer of a furnace. They're going to do it for new customers only. They want to introduce you to their great company, but you got to check them out. Call Garrett and the gang. You're going to love them, but they can install a new furnace. They can clean yours for that $45 deal. They can help you with any issues with air conditioning. You get the idea. They're absolutely great people. 888heating.com. Call on that deal right now. Now, Vestera Investments, VesteraTurnkey.com. I want you to check this out. They have an event coming up. It's going to be Mr. Martino, and it's going to be Barry Miller. He is the Vestera guy, and it's April 5th. It's coming up pretty quick, and I believe it's on a Saturday around 10 a.m., April 5th. But if you go to VesteraTurnkey.com, you can get signed up. But you can learn how to make 45% or more each year by investing in the right properties around the country. You're going to learn a lot more. Tom's going to be there. Barry's going to be there. Check it out, VesteraTurnkey.com. Go ahead, sir.
You were in the business. The best all around. You can't destroy this car. It'll run forever.
Which one?
I don't see them that much in the United States, but it was called the Toyota Hilux truck.
Yeah, I've seen the Hilux. They're
Have
old
you?
school.
They're
tiny.
They're very popular down south.
No, they're pretty bulletproof, man.
Well, they are.
The most bulletproof engine one I've ever seen would be the Jeep Sports, like the straight-up Jeep Cherokee, not the Grand, that had the straight V6. That straight V6 in the automotive shops that I owned, we'd see them come in with 500,000 miles original motor on a freaking V6. Now, the thing sucked gas down like nobody's business. Remember, we had one. Remember, I drove one for a while, that blue Cherokee V6.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Kind of jacked it up a little.
I can't see what you guys like about that G-Wagon you always talk about.
I don't like that. That is not our jam.
Tom likes G-Wagons.
Is that Tom's deal?
Yeah.
And like my
It's
kid,
ugly.
he likes the G-Wagons. I mean, he can't afford one, but he likes them.
I forgot about that Sugarberry until I started thinking about that damn
that was
Granada.
like your first troubleshooter event.
Oh, I was so pissed. I couldn't believe it.
I was so embarrassed. You know how I embarrass easily. As a kid, I'm 16. That was like mortifying because we'd be driving around delivering cakes in that thing with this big black. I mean, the wording was picture like a UPS truck, YouTubies, and he just had black electrical tape spelling out his complaint
I'll
on the
never
side
forget
of it.
Sugarberry Apartments and Vector Property.
That must have took a lot of time to do.
Took a lot of tape.
Electrical tape into those words you said.
I was like, here's why they were real bastards. I mean, it was like we would have been done in the next hour. I mean, it would have been done. The whole thing was almost back together. Mm-hmm. And they just, I couldn't believe they did it.
My next car that I thought was great was a Corvair. And if it wasn't for that stupid politician, they would have still been out there.
Hey, is Talib on today?
He looked like
he is.
So, hey, Talib, you remember the house for sale next to mine in Castle Rock in Addie's first birthday? I think that was her first birthday.
Oh, God, you're not going to tell that story, are you?
That was crazy, man. I had to go after the homeowner, or not the homeowner. No one owned it. It was owned by the builder, the home builder. Dave Hagland, Talib, and myself. Now, if that doesn't spell trouble right there, I don't know what does. So let's just keep it at that. But we were all younger and dumber back then.
Chopper, you can't hear me, can you?
Yeah, that was nuts.
Chopper could hear you, can't you?
Chopper can't hear offline.
That was nuts.
Now he can. Can you
Can
hear,
you hear
Shannon?
me talking? No?
What?
I hit program.
Hit offline.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now, Chopper?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No.
It's
Yes.
too bad that
No.
they don't know about Ralph Nader and unsafe at any speed.
Yes. But that was a good car.
For a while, since Nader was on the campaign trail, I always kept a
Craig,
owner's
straight
manual with
six.
me.
Not a V6.
Just in
You're
case
absolutely
I ran
right.
into him, I
I'm
wanted
calling
him
it
to
a
autograph
V6.
it.
No, it's a straight 6. And it was a 4.0. Absolutely right.
Well,
And they're
give me your-
freaking bulletproof.
It's the only time you
My cousin had a Corvair.
Mine was candy apple red. It was a good car.
Oh, yeah, it was.
It was a good snow car because of where the engine was.
I can tell you this in that story, if I decide to tell it, it'll be on a break. And Talib ran and jumped over a fence. And it was remarkable watching him and Dave run and jump over a fence. It was the craziest thing I've ever witnessed.
Here you go.
Says no. To lead. Just once.
No! All right, 303-713-8255. I was thinking of all the different things. It's kind of weird. All the different things that kind of led me up to where I'm at now. And it's just nuts thinking about it. Putting that on the side of our cake route van and getting the apartment complex to be decent people was probably one of the first things.
It's your first troubleshooter event.
I mean, it really was.
Yeah.
If you hear Tom talk about the story, he basically got ripped off buying a car. He sold a car, and basically the lady ripped him off, which was very curious. But anyhow, hey, John, what is your question on car insurance?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, I had an accident. I just bought a Volvo XC40 in November, brand new.
Nice.
And in January, a guy came across my lane and sideswiped me, and then he ran. So I have no recourse with the guy that hit me.
Yeah, but I assume you had full coverage, right?
Yeah, I did. So I'm with Progressive.
Yep.
And what is it? They fixed the car, but the front wheel was scuffed up and scratched up real bad in the accident. And what they're saying is they're going to give me a remanufactured wheel.
Yeah.
Now the problem is that Volvo, in repairing the car, says that they will not put a remanufactured wheel on because it's against Volvo's policies to do that.
Well, they're stupid.
And
that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Why they wouldn't put that on? Basically, a refurbished rim. It might be something that has maybe a little bit of road rash on it or something, and they send it out to a company. I've done this a million times when I had my Goodyear stores. They'd come in, I send it out to a refurbishing company, they come back, and they look like new. It's the exact OEM rim that they make look brand new. So for the life of me, for Volvo saying they won't put it on, I just don't understand that. I would bring it somewhere else, because most insurance companies, that's exactly what they're going to do on a rim. And it's going to look perfect, man. And if it doesn't look perfect, you don't have to accept it. But that dealer is not doing the right thing here. I don't understand why they would have a problem with it.
Well, I kind of agree, but they claim that they don't know the quality of the refurbishment and that there could be micro cracks in it.
So what are they trying to do? Sell you? What are they trying to do? Sell you directly a rim, or are they trying to fight for you to get the insurance to cover it? I mean, what are they doing?
Well, the adjuster says that they're going to give me a refurbished rim because my policy says that they can do that.
Yes.
I checked my policy, and I can't find where it says they can do that.
John, I'm pretty sure almost every policy says that. But let me ask you something. I want to understand something before we go any further. Do you care if the rim comes in and it looks perfect? I mean, it looks like a brand new rim. You could most likely care less, right? I'm not saying if it comes in and it doesn't look like a new one, but if it comes in and it looks perfect, do you even care?
Only if I knew for sure that there wasn't any damage that's on scene.
Yeah, and there's not going to be if it was sent to a real refurbisher. So my issue with this is the dealer, and I assume, what dealer is it at where this body shop is that's doing this work?
It's Rickenbaugh.
I don't understand why Rickenbaugh has any issue with this. I just can't. I can't understand. Chopper, you want to call over there for me? I mean, John, do you mind if we call over and talk to the service writer over there so we can get a better understanding? I mean, maybe there's something I don't understand about this particular rim, but honest to God, man, I mean, these people that rebuild these rims or refurbish them, the good ones, they're perfect. They look for stress cracks. Hell, some of them can run them through like almost like an MRI, for lack of a better word, and see if there's any cracks in them. I mean, this thing should be perfect coming back.
Well, my question is, how do I know that? Because they're going to put on a rim, and it has nothing to do with my purchasing it. It would be, and the Volvo dealer won't put it on. Yeah, you can call them. I'd appreciate it. You know, I'm between a rock and a hard place because...
Well, I don't even understand why you're between a rock and a hard place. Well, that's true. I guess you are, because the dealer's saying, listen, no matter what, we're not going to put on a refurbished rim, which is asinine in my opinion, but maybe they have a better reasoning that I can think of. And then you have your insurance company going, we're not going to give you a new rim. So you're right, unless you want to come out of pocket, which is crazy. Yeah, hold on, man. Let me put you on hold. Kelly, please do me a favor. Get Rickenbaugh's, get his service advisor's name, and then get the number over there. And Chopper, will you go call during break?
Yeah, I'll take care of it. No problem.
Yeah, just figure out. I mean, this seems so straight up to me. I can't. That's just how things work. I mean, that's how they work. You get a refurbished rim. Suzanne, when's the last time I got a refurbished rim? Wait till you hear the answer to this. Yesterday. For my Tesla. And my Tesla does 200 miles an hour, and I'm good with the refurbished rim. Think about that. And it looks perfect. It looks absolutely perfect. Everybody hold tight. Mike has got a question or comment on the Great Colorado Payback. And then Tammy's got a comment on bad cars. Everybody hold tight. One line open. 303 Martino. And by the way, Kelly, did we ever hear back from Brian Burns? Did he text back? Try him one more time, because I'm pretty sure almost every insurance policy out there, almost everyone out there, a refurbished part, especially a rim, is not a problem. But that guy did bring something up. He said he read his policy, and he didn't see that anywhere. But I want to ask Brian.
You really got a refurbished rim yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. My right rear, well, actually, I found out later Suzanne did it. Oh. But she didn't tell me. It had a hairline crack. I thought I had a flat, just a normal flat. I was losing like 15 pounds a day. I got to do some of this in-house. Hold on here. Become the banker in Red Rocks. Hold on, guys. Yeah, I found out last night what really happened. But anyhow, I get there, and discount, I'm going to have this coming up. The story's crazy. It's crazy. It was super crazy until I found out what really happened. Become the banker. Listen, mymoneymyway.com. That's tonight. Suzanne and I are going to be up there for the beginning of the movie. We look forward. Please sign up. The popcorn, the soda, everything's going to be bought for you. It's a great movie. It's called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. If you want to Google it, 100% free. They're going to be there to answer questions afterwards, too, just on what's going on with Social Security and talk about different kind of annuities. But the film is actually very good if you haven't seen it. The Baby Boomer Dilemma. It's going to be at the AMC 24 Highlands Ranch, like 6:30 tonight. But you got to get signed up. We've got a few seats left. It's a theater. You know, there's only a certain amount of seats. MyMoneyMyWay.com. I hope you sign up. I hope to see you tonight. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. If you need a new solar system, call Red Rocks. If you have an old one that you need to get repaired, call Red Rocks. If you need anything to do with a commercial solar system, call Red Rocks. You get the idea? Everybody that works there works there. She doesn't use a bunch of different subs. It's not just the sales arm of a company. They do everything. RedRocksRS.com. Great people, RedRocksRS.com.
And there's a dozen rim repairers.
Yeah.
Did you go down, Loy?
Say that again.
Do you know which one you went to?
It's called...
Well, I bought it from a guy that had it, that got it refurbished.
Oh.
I bought it from... Oh, I got it right here. You want
What's
to
their
see?
names?
Want to hear how funny this is? Wheels and Tires.
Okay.
Wheels and Tires. So, folks, I had to buy one yesterday. Let me tell you why. Very interesting story, no matter how I look at it. I was perplexed. In fact, my brain was scrambled. I didn't understand how this is possible. I go to Discount Tire. That's where I bought my tires. And I say, hey, I got a flat. And the guy comes out and he looks at it and he sees the head of a nail. And it's very close to the sidewall, so I knew they wouldn't be able to repair it. And I understood that. So I have the road hazard through them. We go back in. They got to ship the tire in from a different state, so the tire won't be until this Friday. Okay? So I'm like, yeah, this sucks. I'm losing 15, 20 pounds a day. I've got my little compressor in the back. So I run over to Walmart. I get a plug kit. I get back to the house. I'm going to pull the nail out, put the plug in, and it's going to either fix it for a week or slow it down to where it's drivable. So I pull the damn head of the nail out, and it's not leaking. The whole thing was nothing. I mean, it was like just the head. It didn't go through. And I'm like, son of a bitch, I must have a hole somewhere else. So I drive back up. Now it's Sunday. That happened last Saturday. I drive to Walmart. I go to Walmart. They look at the vehicle, and guess what happens? Okay. It's leaking through the rim. On the inside of the rim, and it's a beautiful rim, on the inside, you can see literally a crack, a hairline crack, and there's air coming through the inside part of the rim. So you can't fix it. I got to find a damn thing. And I'm scratching my head. How the hell can this happen? I didn't hit a pothole. I didn't do anything. And if you look at it, you're going, how the hell did this thing get cracked? So I finally found one yesterday in town, a refurbished one. So I go down there and I pick it up yesterday. It looks beautiful. No problem with it. Had it switched over. But I'm still sitting there going, how the hell did this happen? How the hell does it, like metal, spring a leak? I've never heard of such a thing. How is this possible? And I keep telling everybody, and I'm looking at people going, how is this possible? Finally, a little bird that lives with me, who I've been married to for over 30 years, spills the beans. She ran into a curb. Now, she watched me deal with this Saturday. She watched me deal with this Sunday. She watched me deal finding a rim and picking it up yesterday and then going back to get it put on somewhere yesterday. You know when she told me she ran into something? Last night. After all that, after hearing me go, how does a rim just pop a hole in it? I've never seen it. It never says anything. Up until 3 days dealing with it.
Well, in my defense.
In her defense, yes.
It wouldn't, I forgot all about it till I heard cracked rim, and I'm like, could I have done that?
Which was Saturday.
Which was Sunday. We had Sunday morning.
You're
We
right.
went to
That's
Walmart.
when I went to Walmart,
And then
Sunday
I'm like,
morning.
We have company.
So 2 days.
And then I didn't have the guts. I was like, man, I gotta. Then it's just eating at me, and I'm like, I gotta
Right.
just tell him. I don't want him to think his
Kelly,
rim
can
just cracks for
you
no
get Bonnie
reason.
Shields on? All right, 303-713-8255. You know, what do you do when you find out? I got a rim. I had to buy a rim. I just said it, a refurbished rim. And let me tell you something. I've never seen a rim that's got a crack in it like this before. And this all started last week. And I bring it up to Discount Tire. And basically a day later, I find out it's the rim leaking. I have a tire on order because they said I had to get a tire, but I'm not going to get into that part. I could care less about that. So Sunday, I bring it up to Walmart because discounts closed. And I'm thinking, well, maybe they can find the leak or something because I'm sick of adding air to it. And they bring it out, and the rim's got a crack in it, a hairline crack in the back. I'm like, I have never seen an aluminum rim get a crack in it. I mean, it's just the craziest thing I've ever seen. How is that possible? So I was talking about it all day yesterday. Then I had to find a rim the next day. So yesterday I'm looking around. I finally find a guy that's got a refurbished one. Go down there and buy it. It's like $400. Saying a cheap rim. Nothing cheap about this. Nothing cheap about it. So then we go back down and I get the tire changeover. Everything's great. But I still can't stop talking about it. I'm talking to Tom yesterday. Say, damn it, Tom, I've never seen anything like it. It's got a damn crack in it. I've never seen a rim with a crack in it. I sold rims. I have probably, out of the 5 stores I own, sold 1 million tires. Think of how many rims we have dealt with. And I don't remember seeing a hairline crack on a rim like this before. Well, then I found out yesterday, with no cause. I saw a lot of bad rims, but not one where there was never anything involved, like a pothole or a curb. So, last night, Suzanne, who I've been married to for over 30 years and trusted, with my children, of course, or her children too, guess what she told me last night? Yeah, what did you tell me last night? I'm just curious.
Well, here's the only thing, Mark. We don't know for sure that's what caused it. I'm just going, I could have caused that.
Yeah, by doing what?
By hitting a curb.
Oh, isn't that crazy? The same wheel hit a curb a few days ago, and the mystery was solved. So for 48 to 72 hours, friends, imagine knowing something for 48 to 72 hours and your spouse who you love.
I came clean, Mark. I came clean.
Doesn't say anything.
I'm a little confused.
No, she doesn't use auto drive, but let me tell you something, Shannon. She is no longer allowed to drive the Tesla unless it's in auto drive.
What are you confused at, Chop?
Well, that's what I thought. It's an auto drive car.
She doesn't use it.
Sue, you should have blamed the car.
She did it because she hates Elon.
Hey, Tammy, what's your comment on bad cars?
Hello?
Hello, Tammy. How are you?
How are you? You're so funny.
Thank you.
I had a call because
I like how I just say my wife didn't tell me anything for 72 hours. I had to drop $300 or $400 on a rim, and I'm funny. Go ahead, Tammy. I'm kidding with you.
It's all good. The worst car I ever had was a 67 Barracuda.
Barracuda?
Anybody remember those?
Yeah. What was so wrong? Hold on, Tammy. That's the hard music. I have no choice. I know you've been holding a little bit. I promise I'll do that. And then we've got an issue with Max and a trash company and a comment from Mike. One line open, 303 Martino. Got a lot coming up. Hold tight.
Well, here's the odd thing. I'm sure Rickenbaugh has a rim person because they do Cadillacs. And those are basically Chevys. You know?
Yeah.
They probably get a lot of normal rims.
Okay. It's my kid's first birthday, Adeline. So we're talking 23 years ago. It's her first birthday. Talib comes over. He's been at all our kids' stuff. He's been at their high school graduations. We've known Talib for pre-children forever. And Belinda. Both of them, forever. So they've been over to our house. We've been over there. So I'm just kind of painting a picture because we're very good friends. And we've been friends for a long, long time in Colorado, probably coming up on 30 years. And then Dave Hagelin's a guy that has become a really good friend, him and his wife. And Dave actually worked for me for a while and was a partner in one of my computer stores. So they're both over there. In fact, I'll tell you something interesting. His wife, Deb, was going to be in the delivery room for Miles, right?
For Adeline.
For Adeline.
Yes.
Because they decided not to have children, and she's always kind of wanted to see, I mean, this sounds strange. Well, maybe not for a woman, but for a man it does, to go through a birth. So Suzanne was like, yeah, that's fine. She could be in there. I mean, I was going to be in there. But she ended up being sick, so she couldn't be there. So, but that's how good of friends they are. So we're all good friends. So we're hanging out, kid's first birthday, and the house right next to mine in the cul-de-sac is brand new. and it's for sale. It's being sold by, at the time, U.S. Homes. Now it's Lamar Homes. So I'm probably had a few beers. I mean, I'm not sure. But anyhow, so I tell Dave and I tell Talib, you got to check out this house next door. It's pretty cool. So we walk over there, and it's totally empty, and it's open. I mean, the side door is open. You know, people, it's a weekend, and it's probably in the middle of the day. So we walk over there, and this part had nothing to do with me, but I'll just throw Talib under the bus with Dave here.
Yeah, all right.
So Talib decides to roll a joint. So, yeah, this is 25 years ago, and marijuana is not legal at this point. At least I don't think it was. So Talib twists up a joint, and as he's twisting it up and getting ready to light it, he might have lit it. I forget if he did or not. The front door opens. The front door of this damn house opens. In comes a couple with a representative from U.S. Homes that's interested in the house. Okay? Talib and Dave's a big old burly guy. I mean, Dave looks like a Hell's Angel. He literally looks like a Hell's Angel back then. He's lost a ton of weight now. Talib, he has lost so much weight, it's mind-boggling. But back then, he looked like a biker. His beard was this long. He wore leather jackets, jeans. He looked just like a Harley guy. So him and Talib's what, 6 foot? 6'2"?
Yeah.
So he's tall.
He's very tall.
Dave's short and fat. Talib's tall.
And lean.
They both haul ass out of the back door. I mean, soon as the door opens and everybody's locked eyes, they get up, haul ass.
Two grown men.
Run down. They had to go down to the second level because it was a walkout. So they run to the patio, go down the stairs, and I'm watching them. Remember, this is a house next to mine. And they jump and leap over the fence. I never seen a little short fat guy jump so far. And I'm looking there, then I look back. And I'm looking at this couple that might be my neighbors soon. There's a slight...
No, they weren't going to be your neighbors after that.
Yeah, that's true. There's a slight smell of marijuana. And he was rolling the joint in the sink.
Oh, you guys had it lit up. Hey, real quick one.
Hold on. So they're standing there, and I basically had to get rid of the evidence at this point because there's some, some shake in there. So I crumble the joint up, turn the water on, and I spray around the sink. They're watching me do this. And then I turn the garbage disposal on and make sure. And I say, hey, I'm Mark. I live next door. It's nice to meet you. I was just showing my friends this nice house for sale. Everybody saw these guys run and jump over the fence. So they're gone. And I'm sitting there and I clean up, tidy up, don't think anything else, and say, well, hope you guys like the house. I'm leaving, and I leave through the front door and go back to my house next door. I don't think anything of this. Remember that?
Yes, but real quick, before you finish.
Yes.
Kelly actually got body shields on.
Got what?
Body shields on.
Oh, my God.
She took you seriously. You better tell her.
Kelly, I don't need Bonnie Shields.
Oh.
I don't. I said get Bonnie Shields on because she's a divorce lawyer, and Suzanne lied to me about her rib.
Now, Kelly just walked in. You can tell her now.
Tell her again. Tell her again.
Hey, just put Bonnie up so I can talk to her on break real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, Bonnie.
Yeah.
So Suzanne lied to me. Suzanne lied to me and broke something on my car and didn't say anything, even though I complained for 2 days straight. How could this possibly have happened? And blah, blah, blah. You understand what I'm saying.
Bonnie, I came clean.
She came clean 3 days later, so I jokingly said to Kelly to get Bonnie Shields
had a little
on.
amnesia and couldn't help it?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So I just want to say right now that we don't need you on air, but I have first dibs on you if she ever does this again.
No can do. Sorry, Mark.
Why? What is that?
Because I'd have to side with Suzanne.
You know what? Just because we all go out to dinner doesn't mean you side with the woman. That's insane.
It's not. It's because I like her better. What can I tell you?
Oh, my God. Now I know she's lying. Dragon, you ever heard fibs like that in your life?
It's pretty bad.
First of all, my mom said everybody likes me. Bonnie, I can't believe she actually got you. Kelly, for the life of me, I was kidding. You don't even know when I'm kidding now.
She's not even paying attention.
No, in fact, she still isn't. Bonnie, I'm going to give you Kelly's husband's name and number just in case, all right?
You go ahead and do that, Mark.
Yes. Bonnie, thank you.
Bye. Go, Suzanne.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe she got him on, can you?
Yeah. No, I didn't.
No.
She never listens to you.
Kelly's
anyway.
doing what she's told.
Thanks, Bonnie.
So, the next part of that story,
right,
that story's not over.
10
that
seconds.
story gets a lot better.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to educate you. We're here to help. We're here to recoup money if you got ripped off. That's what we do best. I got two deputies here chomping at the bit. In fact, Chopper happens to be one of them. He's going to make a call on something from last hour. We're going to try to help a guy out that a dealership doesn't want to put a refurbished rim on. I've never heard of anything like that. And the insurance company doesn't want to pay for a new one. The whole thing's silly, but we'll get through it for the guy. But here's the deal. If you've been ripped off or taken advantage of, we can help you. We use the power of the media, this show right here, for over 40 years, 45 years, Denver, Colorado, to go after the bad guys. We have saved people and recouped people over $300 million. Cash, merchandise, exchanges, directly due to the show's services. I can think of a tiny house we got back for a guy. A tiny house that got stolen. He paid $80,000, $90,000 for it, and we basically got it back for him. There's been so many things over the years. But if you need help, we have a list of people at referralist.com, different attorneys, different contractors, just the best of the best. And then if you're new to the show, go to sleazbrigade.com. You'll see the worst of the worst. Some of the worst people we have ever dealt with over the years are on sleazbrigade.com. Now, I'm going to go back to Tammy real quick. Tammy called up. We were talking about bad cars. My dad bought me a 1969 Granada. That was my first car. You know, my kids' first cars, they were brand new cars, weren't they?
Yep, if they got their black belts, third degree, they got a new car.
Yeah, we told them, you get your third degree black belts, and they were both right about 16 when they got them, so they would get new cars. But they were both in Taekwondo for, oh my God, 15 years, 16, 17 years. They were in Taekwondo forever. We treated it like school, and you had to go. That's just how it was. And I was thinking about what my parents bought me for my first car. 1979 Ford Granada. Yikes. It was not a good car. It was not a good car. And at this point, that car, when I got it, it was already 20 years old. What'd you get your kid for his first car, Dragon?
He got our leftover, so it was a Buick, a 2003 Buick.
So how old, what year was this?
This was 2018.
So it was like a 15-year-old car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got like a 20-plus-year-old car. Actually, it was more than that. It was the ugliest damn thing anybody's ever seen. But Tammy, you said a Barracuda?
Yeah. This thing was a 67, had that lousy 225 slant 6 in it, and had the distributor on the bottom, so every time you hit a puddle, the damn thing would, cut out, right?
Oh, my, I just looked one up. This isn't what I thought it was. This is kind of an ugly car as well.
Yeah.
A Plymouth Barracuda.
Yeah, 67, 225 slant 6.
So you're telling me if you would hit a puddle, it would literally stop running because the distributor was mounted on the bottom?
That's right.
Why?
Right. Yeah.
Why would they do that? I mean, why would anybody do that?
Well, that was back in 67. You tell me.
Because they were smoking dope and listening to the Beatles.
Yeah, there you go. You know, Woodstock, right?
Yeah, dropping acid, smoking dope. All right. Hey, I appreciate it. It was a good call. And I don't know why I was thinking that was I was thinking more of like a road runner.
What's that, Tammy? One more thing, what?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got to go back to one more thing because you said about the Granada. So
yeah.
I have right now a 77 Granada. It's got a little Windsor in it. Little C4 tranny.
Yep.
And that thing runs like a bad habit.
It's ugly, though.
You think so? It's a 2-door. So I get a lot of, well, not a lot, but I get, people that are old school, and they like it.
They like it.
I like it.
They like it. I like, okay, I'm calling BS. There is no way anybody likes a Granada. Who? Give me a name. Give me somebody. You know what? I'm putting her on hold. Kelly, I want her to give you a name of one of these people that like her Granada, and I want to talk to them. I'm calling her out. I'm calling Tammy out. Everybody out there, when you're not driving, Google a 77 Granada. It looks just like mine, basically, and I had the same thing. So instead of being a 4-door, they decided to make these doors the size of 2 doors on both sides. It's absolutely crazy. Hey, Max, what's going on with this trash company?
Hello?
Hey, Max, what's up?
Hey, I just called in. I saw Tom Martino is always taking care of things. Maybe he could take care of me. I got a trash company that's taking advantage of my elderly father. They just raised the rates. They, for what we get, the 2 yard there, we could charge some other trash company would only charge us $85. These people they've raised it to $129, and now they raised it to $161. And it says here, this is future invoices may contain a nominal increase. So they're threatening that they could raise it even more. This is just malice.
Well, why don't you wait, Max, why don't you simply go to another trash company? Are they trying to hold you to some contract while they're raising?
Because they got me on a contract. When my dad had almost lost all his properties, all his bills were in arrears, so I got everything caught up. I was doing everything I thought I was, and I signed over it. On the internet or online?
Yeah. What is the name of the trash company?
Contract, and they got me in there for 5 years.
What is the name of the trash company?
Waste Connections of Colorado.
Yeah, they're a pretty big one. I dealt with them. It was a commercial dumpster I had years ago at a certain shop I had, and I remember having a problem with the contract. But it kind of went the same way. They kept raising the price, so I decided to start shopping around. And then I found out that I was kind of locked in a contract with them. When is your contract up?
It's up in like 16 months.
And what's the early out run you?
It would cost about $800.
And they're not willing to do anything when you talk to them?
No. I called the guy. They have managers that call you back. His name is Greg Rao. And I called him and I said, hey, this is ridiculous. And I told him I want to go with another trash company. That's when he surprised me with, no, you're not here. And he sent me the contract.
What does it say? What did he underline or highlight in there? What does it actually say?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have...
Well, I mean, you don't have to read it verbatim. What does it say? This is a contract. We can basically raise prices. I mean, I find it hard to believe the contract really said that they could raise prices all the time and you can't get out. But are you saying that's basically what it says?
Well, I haven't read through the contract enough, but basically what he highlighted was that it would cost me 6 times the rate of what they're currently charging. Well, if they keep raising it, that's going to be outrageous. It's probably going to cost $8,000 to $1,000 to get out of this contract. And it's just, they're raping they're taking advantage of me and my father. Well,
what area is he in, by the way?
He's in Fort Lupton.
I wonder, is it his property?
Yes, it's his property.
What does he have, man? I mean, how collectible is he? Let's just play a game real quick. If you just said, hey, come get it, we don't want it anymore, and never paid them another nickel, I mean, what would happen? What could they go after him for? Does he have a lot of money?
Well, no, he's not rich, but he's got some property. He's got his property. He's got some rental.
So he is
rental
collectible.
property.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was trying to figure out, if he was collectible or not, because you were talking about how you kind of helped him get back on here. I think let's call over there with a fresh set of eyes, Scott. Deputy Dollar. Call over there and deal with them. And what I would also like to see, could you send me that contract, man?
Sure, I could.
I want you to email that contract they sent to you. Kelly will give you the information. But I really do want you to do that. Hold on. Jeff Fick's got a comment on this. Hey, Jeff, what's going on?
Oh, just making friends and losing money. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. So do you have Waste Connections over at the shop or at home or what?
Yeah, I do. And, when you sign up for those contracts, they have provisions in there that if you early out, they charge you pretty much through the end of it, because they quote unquote inside their contract, they cannot predict how much they're actually losing.
It's unconscionable, though. I mean, it really is. If they continue to raise the pricing all the time, this guy's making it sound like they're raising the damn price every 5 or 6 months on them. Have you ever successfully got out of one?
Cost. But, when it comes up near where that contract is due, then you can do that, and they'll send you a new contract. But be careful, there is an auto renewal in the side there, usually 2 to 3 months before your renewal date.
Yeah.
They'll automatically pop that into the computer.
Yeah, and then they're going to say you renewed, and then you can't get out of it again.
Yeah, you're stuck for another 3 years or 5 years or whatever it is you signed up for.
The only thing worse, and I don't know if it's still the same way, but the only thing worse than trash companies and their contracts, especially on commercial stuff like you're talking about, is the damn uniform companies. Trying to get out of a deal with a bad uniform company is so hard, man. And I've had uniform companies in the past that just sucked. I mean, people just simply wouldn't get stuff each week, and you can't get out of the damn contracts.
No, 100%. As long as they respond within 24 hours, they fulfill their obligation.
Yeah, they do. Hey, I appreciate it, Jeff. That's Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. Max, grab all of his information. I want a copy of that contract. And Scott, I want you to call over and see if you can't figure something out with Waste Connections. It's a shot in the dark, man. But I would like to see that contract. I'd like to see how it's written. And then I'd like to have one of our attorneys look at it. Look, you can have someone sign a contract. And my understanding is Max said he did it online. So that brings up a secondary question I have for an attorney. But you can't have something unconscionable in a contract. I can't say I get your firstborn and then you sign it and I literally get your firstborn. Now I'm bringing that to the nines there. But what I'm saying is, if you had a contract that says we're going to do your trash for the next 100 years and we can raise the price anytime we want to, no matter how much we want, and if you ever get out of the contract, you owe us the full amount for the 100 years. You simply can't do that. Any judge in the world, anybody with any sense of normalcy would know that that's not a good contract. So I'm not sure what this contract reads, but we have dealt with a lot with Waste Connection, and I don't like these guys. 303-713-8255. We got 2 lines open. 303 Martino.
Yeah, that one could be tough. He signed the contract.
Well, he said he did it online. I'm curious what that means.
We have an electric outage at the house, I think.
We do? RecoverYourHair.com. I want to tell you about RecoverYourHair.com. And here's the deal. Unlike any other company that does hair implants, these guys do it for about a quarter of the price. In fact, if you've been quoted $29,000 for a treatment, you could be looking at less than $7,000 through these guys. And you get to go on what we call a mini vacation. I'll tell you why. You fly to a world-class facility in Turkey, and the doctor down there is absolutely remarkable. Dr. Nuri. He's a skilled physician. The staff is professional. The aftercare is world class. You get there a few days early, you meet everybody, you stay for a few days after, you come home, you got a full head of hair for a quarter of the price, and that even includes the airfare, the hotel, and everything. You're going to love this. In fact, the guy that founded RecoverYourHair.com, Nick Turner, that's why he did it. He found Dr. Nuri years ago, went there, and he was so happy, and he saved so much money, he created RecoverYourHair.com. You got to check these guys out. It's simple. Go to RecoverYourHair.com. John Fuller, Fuller Law, he's an attorney that has got Suzanne and I policy limits, not once, but twice. One time we got hit by a lady, T-boned, coming back from Sam's Club. She ran a red light yelling at her kids, got us every penny of insurance she had. Then he went out, remarkably enough, and talked to the chiropractor in the emergency room in the ambulance company and actually got all those bills down to put more money in our pocket. Then he did the exact same thing again about a year later when our daughter got rear-ended on I-25. He's going to hold your hand and maximize the case. He's going to tell you what to do and probably more importantly, what not to do, like talking to the other insurance company. Put John Fuller's number in your phone. If you're in an auto accident, when you get back from the hospital, back from the doctors, the adrenaline wears off, make the call. You're going to love this guy. You're going to deal directly with the attorney. 303-597-4500. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. Yes.
Should I have Connie check on the dogs or anything if we lost power?
What's the temperature there?
I'm just afraid it's going to get warm in there. The high was going to be 64, but in that bus, it can get warm. I don't know if I'm overthinking it. I mean, I would assume they're going to be okay. Let me see what the temperature is right now.
I mean, if she's home, yeah, just have Connie go over. I mean, let him out for a minute anyhow, just see if she'll do it.
It's 60 degrees.
That's nothing.
Yeah, so you think the
No, but
kids are okay?
If she goes over there, she can roll down or crank open a couple of those back windows. Just see if she'll go over there and let him out real quick, and then tell her to crank open the two back windows. Or have Kim do it if she's not there. Yeah, trash places are nuts.
Yeah, they are. If you don't have power and the guys are standing on the floors.
Did you lock the bus?
What's that?
Did you lock it when you came out of it this
No,
morning?
I did not. It is open.
Like your floor guys can't
Or
run
just
their
ask him if
equipment.
the power's even off.
Okay. Because she's not answering.
Connie. Hey, did Tammy have anybody to call, Kelly? And by the way, just go ahead.
Yes, and I left him a message, and his text is not set up.
Okay. Yeah, we can clear that line then. And then here's the other deal. When I'm doing a commercial, and you come in and you're talking.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh,
sorry about that.
Speaking of the commercials,
Yes.
Shannon said you like it when you put in the whole hour. You want me to start doing that for you?
Tammy,
Absolutely
I tried to call
not.
Bob. He didn't answer. I left him a message, so
Why?
if we hear from him again, we'll
No.
try to get
I
you
mean,
back on.
No, he changes. What he's neglecting to say is he changes the way he does it every day. Sometimes he puts in all three breaks and everything. Other times he deletes some of them. He changes every day.
Well, why don't you, since you know him, why don't you
I just want to be as
text
helpful as
him
I can. I
and
mean,
have-
if that helps you, I will do that.
No. You just do what you do. Let's not do what Shannon does. I think Shannon used to be a woman.
Got the girl's name.
It's a girl's name.
I looked up that Ford Granada.
Yes, sir.
That is an ugly car.
Oh my God, the Ford Granada is so ugly.
It's a boat.
The doors on mine were so big.
8 feet long.
Yep.
Smooth riding.
You have the 2-door or the 4-door?
retro styling.
No, it wasn't. Not one of those things you just read is correct about the Ford Granada. Did you say retro styling?
That's what it said.
Oh my God.
And velour interior. Oh my God, velour.
Talib, I could if there was power to it. And if I actually set the sensor. The sensor's hanging off one of them. I got multiple sensors in that bus. But because we have it parked and living in it literally in our driveway, I didn't set all that shit up.
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Well, I'm still waiting to hear. Kelly, did you reach out? Tammy said she was going to get this person on that loves Ford Granadas along with her. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I left him a message.
So, yeah, do you think it's a real person?
Yeah.
No, I'll be curious.
He had a voicemail and everything.
Scott was just, the reason we're talking about Ford Granadas is my first car was a 1979 Ford Granada, and it was just butt ugly. And this woman calls up Tammy. Seems like a really nice person, so I'm kind of in jest here, but she's got one, and she loves it. And Scott was reading about them when they were selling them. What does it say there, Scott? Very interesting. So if you look up a 1977, or for that matter, a 79 Granada, you can see what we're talking about. And it's far from what the advertising says about it. Scott?
It says it's a smooth, comfortable, smooth riding executive salon with retro styling and velour interior.
Okay, so if you can picture a turd with two axles and the largest doors you've ever seen bolted on it, that is what a Ford Granada looks like. It is a horrible vehicle. Now, I will say this. They will run and run and run and run and run. In fact, the one we had is probably still running. Whatever even happened to that, Suzanne? What did we do with that car?
I can't remember.
I have no idea what happened to that. That was an old car. We got that Honda you ran over me in.
Well,
did we? I don't think we traded in. I don't know what happened to that car. We didn't bring it to Colorado.
Oh, the Honda? Remember you sold it to that Marty guy and he sued you later. Remember?
Thank you, Suzanne. You know, just when you think, right? Just when you think.
Sorry, I've got no electric at the house and the dogs are in the bus. I'm dealing with that.
So now I've got to explain that because that sounds horrible. Here I am on the radio helping people, and Suzanne comes on and says, you remember we sold it to Marty, who was an employee of mine, by the way, and he sued you over it. That doesn't sound good, does it?
Well, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. So this is ridiculous. I'm even going down this road now. Thank you for that. Here's what actually happened very quickly. By the way, we've got some lines open. 303-713-8255. You need help, we'd love to get involved. I got two deputies here ready to jump on anything. 303 Martino, bad landlord, bad contractor, bad, I'll tell you what, landscapers, that's going to be kicking in real good. But here's the deal. So I sold this guy the car, and I had to get the title for it. We bought the car in Oklahoma and brought it out here, and I never got it registered out here because we sold it so quick. But anyhow, I had to go get a title for it. So that was going to take a little bit of time. So it didn't happen that quick, and he ran into something. And he wanted out of the deal after he did damage to the car because I couldn't get him the title as quick as he thought he should get it. But yet, there was no way that was going to happen. So he decided to sue me. And he did. He went down to small claims court and sued me. What he didn't realize is I had on a little dictaphone, this is going back 25, 30 years, I recorded a conversation him and I had. And in that conversation, he literally said he would lie, cheat, and do whatever it took in order to get that car, get the deal undone, get his money back, and he wasn't going to pay any of the damage on the car that he caused. And he would lie to the judge, and he would lie about anything, and there was no way he wasn't going to win in court. And he left that on my damn answering machine, one of those little cassettes. So I had a dictaphone, and I hired my attorney. His name was Michael Kupes. Became a good guy and a friend over time. And we went down for court. So I was there, and Marty was there with his attorney. And my attorney, Michael, pulled out that dictaphone and put it right on the table and said, Marty, you might want to tell your attorney about lying and telling the judge anything and every other thing you said on this tape, because this will be the first thing we put into evidence. And he goes, I suggest you guys talk. And he tapped me on the shoulder, grabbed the dictaphone, didn't even play it, and we left the room. About 5 minutes later, Marty came out and said, you know what? Just give me the title. I'm going to go ahead and keep the car. So that was Marty suing me.
Yep, that sure was.
And that was Michael Kupes. He played that thing like I've never seen an attorney play something so cool. He didn't even play it. We had it. He didn't even play it, which was probably even more scary because he wasn't going to play it until we were in front of the judge. When you're in small claims court, it's not like you go through discovery and you have to show everybody all the evidence. You don't have to do that at all. All right, 303-713-8255. You're going to help Max out, right? Hey, I'm good with Max. Scott's going to call over on Max's behalf to Waste Connections, and we're going to try to help this guy out. Max, I need a copy of the contract, Kelly. That's what I need first from him. He can send it in a PDF to help and get it to me and Scott as soon as you get it.
Yeah, he's going to do that.
And then Scott is going to call over and talk to the guy that he called to.
Perfect.
And Scott, throw around our way. Say, you
Oh,
know what?
absolutely.
You know what? This is crazy. I mean, we get it, but it seems like a perpetual contract that's just going to keep going on. You're raising prices. It seems crazy. All right, 303 Martino. We got lines open. First time, 303-713-TALK.
He's
I
going
want
to
to
call
hear the
you.
rest of the.
The Talib and Dave story?
Yeah, exactly. Were you able to find out anything from Rickenbaugh?
I fixed it. It's all done.
Oh, you did?
He doesn't
Don't tell me.
He doesn't want to go on the air again.
Who?
The John.
Why?
Well, it's the.
Is it fixed, though?
It's yeah.
It's handled. The problem's handled.
The problem's handled.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that.
He doesn't want Rickenbaugh to know about it.
Okay.
When I told him that you
right.
had a bad one,
Yeah.
and what he didn't mention, and what I mentioned to him is, he has a spare tire, full spare tire. I said, put it on. And he's going to take it to his dealer. He's going to take the bad one in and have it fixed, like you said. He's happy.
Okay.
But he
All
didn't
right.
want Rickenbaugh to hear that's what he's going to do.
Okay.
So I know you could fix it some way.
I didn't even think about it.
Go to a direct lender if you need to get cash out of your house. Maybe you've got to pay off some high credit card debt. Maybe you're buying a new house. You do not want to go to these lenders that go around shopping and then they raise the interest rate a little bit or make points on the deal. You don't want a middleman. You want to go directly to CMG in John Clace. They can lend anywhere in the United States, and they've got more kinds of home loans they specialize in than anybody else I know. Not only can they do a reverse mortgage and save you money doing it, with the reverse mortgage, they can save you money compared to the other guys. Simple as that, because they're the direct lender. On a 15 or 30-year mortgage, they can save you money. But they also have that all-in-one loan like Suzanne and I have. It's a 30-year mortgage. That's a line of credit on your house. So we can write a check off that for the next 30 years. It's absolutely unbelievable. Now, I'm going to give you his website. It's going to bring you right to all his information. Partnerinlending.com. And if you're looking for that reverse, honestly, call them up. If you've had other quotes from other lenders, they're going to beat them up big time. You're going to love dealing with these guys. I personally use John. Suzanne uses them. Partnerinlending.com. That's partnerinlending.com. Joseph A. Lazara, if you find yourself in a mess, like maybe getting a DUI, maybe shoplifting, assault, pretty much murder, anything, man, anything you get in trouble for, you need a good legal mind. You need a good criminal attorney. and that's Joseph A. Lazera. We've done the shopping for you. Joe has been on our referrallist.com for a very long time. He knows all the judges. He knows the DAs. And I'll be honest, that's what makes him the best. They respect him. And when he needs to cut a deal, he's going to get you the best deal out there. And if you're innocent, he can get up in front of a jury or a judge and fight for you better than anybody I know. Write his name down, put it in your phone, because if you need a criminal defense attorney, you're going to want this number. Joseph Lazera, 303-429-6200. Joe Lazera, 303-429-6200.
I'm looking at this trash contract.
What's that?
I'm looking at the trash contract.
Yeah.
And
did he send it?
Yeah, there's a rate adjustment clause, and
I'm going to look at it.
I mean, I'm no attorney, but man,
Oh, here it is right here.
It's the third attachment.
Oh, you just took pictures?
Yeah, but you could scroll in. It's very easy to see.
Which one? Which article?
It's the article VI. What is that? 5, 6? Yeah, I don't know those. I don't know.
Roman numerals.
It's not my specialty.
You're not Italian,
No, do I look Italian?
Does I look Italian?
But
oh my gosh, this is.
Which company was it?
Are you looking at
Waste
it?
Connections.
That's my company. They do
Is
my
it?
trash.
Where's his signature on any of this?
Well, it was a digital signature, he said. But we can raise rates for any reason at any time for as many times as we want.
These guys are.
They do.
They're like the mafia.
Well, most trash companies were.
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And then they have a binding arbitration. You can't even take them to small claims.
Right.
Attorney's fees.
Scott, are you taking this case?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing you're going to be able to do here is try to negotiate a better out.
Yeah.
What are the outs here? I mean, if they move, I would assume is an out.
Oh, tell him Dad died. It's not right. Lie.
Imagine telling people your parents died. You're dead. 60 months from the effective service date. Jesus. 60-month contract. That's horrible. It's just horrible. Talib, I don't know if I'm going to finish that story. That story of the house gets a lot crazier, man, with Dave. A lot crazier. Did you get Kim?
Yes, I did.
No power off? What?
She said it went off for like 10 seconds and it's back on. But then I was afraid that alarm, that TPMS alarm that goes off in the bus.
It stopped. I don't know why. It didn't go off once last night.
Mark, it went off this morning. I thought it was going to drive you crazy.
Oh, my God. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it went off this morning. I got out to get the dog food.
I got to call him on that. That's going to drive me nuts.
And then when I came back in, it was going off, and I turned it off last night once, too. Not in the middle of the night.
Got it.
So, but I was afraid that thing was going to start going off, and then our poor kids, our puppies, they're our kids. Our kids are our children, but our puppies are our kids.
That guy didn't think about his spare tire either.
No, that's because it's rare that you get a full-size spare. I mean, but maybe
some better cars.
Swedish, yeah, you do.
My Shelby has a full-size.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you.
Oh.
I've been looking.
I'm trying to
because I come down through the park.
Yeah.
Those two straightaways.
Yeah.
They're going to make really good tests.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, because you could see way ahead of you.
Manage users.
Yeah.
I said this is going to be fun.
Because the one that runs north-south.
That's longer.
That's long.
10 seconds, guys.
I received advancedhair.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Man, this Waste Connection contract, God, these guys are like the mafia. This is crazy. In my opinion, these guys, in fact, I know back in the day, at least in New York and Jersey and everywhere, they were the mafia. But this Waste Connection, this contract is brutal. 60 months. 60 months. And then you go down. I'd never sign up with Waste Connections, folks. I simply wouldn't do it. And basically, you can't even take them to court. They have an arbitration clause in here. And service changes. I mean, basically, they're saying it's under Article 6, rate adjustments. Customer agrees that charges shall be increased from time to time. I mean, this thing is basically saying they can change your fees all the time. So you sign up because they give you an offer of, say, I don't know, whatever, $100 a month, $50 a month, whatever a quarter, depending on the different services you have. And then they can increase it basically the next day, and they can increase it, it appears to be, as often as they want, but yet you're still tied to the 5 years. In this guy's case, 60 months. I'd personally never use these guys. I think this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I feel bad for this guy, Scott. I don't know if you're going to be able to do anything. I mean, they basically got him by the balls, man. I mean, they do. It's nuts. I don't know what you're going to be able to do here.
I know. Just try and negotiate with the trash company.
I mean, why would they? That's just the other thing. Why would they? I'll tell you why. Because they don't want they don't want somebody like me on here every day telling people not to use them because these contracts are insane. We've gone through a lot of different trash companies. I don't remember anybody ever trying to hold us to a contract, ever, except at one of my good years ago. But other than that, at our house, I don't remember anybody saying, oh, no, you can't switch. I don't remember it ever happening.
Yeah, I don't either.
At all.
Right.
At all. In fact, one of them I did sue.
Yeah, you did.
I did sue one of our trash companies, and I got back every nickel I spent with them.
And the bins.
Yeah,
you have to keep the bins.
I literally sued them to keep the trash bins as well. I still have their trash bins and have a different trash company.
I have the same company, and I've got to check because I didn't even know I had a contract.
Waste Connections?
Yes.
Is it in a neighborhood, though? Is it like your HOA
yes,
or no?
No, it's in a neighborhood. We don't have an HOA.
You probably do have a contract. And if it's anything like this one, I mean, I don't even know how you'd get out of it. To me, it's unconscionable, but I doubt a judge sees it that way.
But they haven't raised the rates.
Yeah. Jerry's got a comment on cars. We've been kind of weaving in and out of our first car and the worst cars and some car-related topics. What say you, Jerry?
You're going to freak on this one. I'm almost 83, and my dad bought me my first car was a 50 Merc.
A 50 Mercury what?
Mercury.
That's car. It. They didn't even have a name back then. It was just a Mercury.
Oh, there was a line of cars like Ford, Mercury, Chevy.
That's what I'm saying. What kind of Mercury was it?
Two-door Merc.
I'm looking at them. These are actually kind of cool, though.
Yeah, they are. There's the Mercury 8, the Mercury Coupe.
Yeah, which was yours, a coupe? What was
the Mercury Monterey?
The two-door Monterey. And I took it in the shop and I chopped it. I put a full race engine in it. Frenched the headlights, tail lights, lake pipes, tuck and roll inside. I mean, I really went through it.
Why did you sell
really
it?
Did me well.
Why did you sell it?
Well, I got older,
and
I wasn't using it, and I went. I bought a '57 Bird after that.
Old T-Bird.
Yeah.
What did you like better in hindsight? Which one did you have more fun in?
Well, the Merc I did because I was younger and wild and crazy, and
yeah,
I was working like crazy when I got the Bird. But
what was the worst car you've ever owned?
So I was busy.
What's the worst car you ever owned?
Gosh, I liked them all, man. I'm a car freak.
What do you drive now?
Really
It'd be funny if you said a Kia. What do you drive now, Jerry?
I got a Lexus.
What kind? Like an SUV?
No. It's one of the ones that's half electric, half gas.
Oh, a hybrid. Yeah. Those are kind of cool, man. I mean, I had a hybrid at one point. Some lady T-boned us and ruined it, but Yeah, it didn't save me much gas. Does yours save you much gas? In hindsight, I really looked it up. Mine was a Hyundai Sonata Hybrid, and it still only got 30 miles to the gallon. I mean, it didn't do anything great. How about yours?
Getting 40.
That's pretty good. Maybe they've come a ways. Hey, I appreciate it, Jerry. And wouldn't it be funny if you saw that car someday? Do you think it's still on the road, that Merc?
Oh, I think it's in probably shows by now. Because, I mean, it was chopped and everything. It was a nice show car. I put about $8,000 in it. So, you know, it was a nice car.
Yeah, it's like 800,000 now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. $8,000 in the 50s. Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it. You know, Rolly Purifoy used to come in a lot on Fridays, and he loved old cars like that. I never got into it. You guys ever get into that kind of collect? You did, Chopper? What did you have?
Well, I had not that old. I actually rode in that 63 Merc. That was what my dad had.
A 63?
Yeah, it took me to school, but 69 Mach 1 is the oldest car I've had.
What is that, a
Mustang?
A Mustang Mach 1. I can picture that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can picture that. That's kind of a cool car.
It was, but, you know, compared to like the new ones, it didn't have all the nice things like digital dash.
Whenever I see somebody, so out in our neck of the woods in Franktown, there's more collectible cars. I don't even know who has them all. There's one guy in a barn out there. He's got probably 10 or 15 really old, restored, beautiful cars. But anytime I see people in them, I always go, man, that just looks so uncomfortable. I mean, it really does. You know, they're not like super plush seats. They don't look that fast. You know, if they're refurbished, they've got probably like the original radio in them. I don't know if they have air conditioning going back into the 40s and 50s. I mean, I get the nostalgia, but they don't look, I just have nothing.
They don't have the comfort.
They don't have the
all
comfort.
The new ones.
And then the fuel economy is another thing. I mean, if they're gasoline, I like my Tesla. My Tesla is my favorite car I've ever owned, the one I have right now. It is by far my favorite car. And we've owned a lot of cars. Even over the Genesis. I had that beautiful G90. I had a G70 Genesis, a G90 Genesis. We have a GV80 Genesis, and I still like that little Model S better than any other vehicle. And I'll tell you why. It's fast as hell. I never got to stop at a gas station. And on top of that, it drives me wherever I want to go, and I don't have to do anything.
When will you be picking up your new one?
We're still debating. I'm waiting till 5 days from now on the 31st. Tesla announces all the new incentives. So if none of the incentives are going to change, we'll pick this one up on the 31st. If the incentives change, Monday, if the incentives change and I want the new incentives compared to the old incentives, I'll forfeit my $250 and order another one.
And I'm going to embrace self-driving.
Are they sitting on the lots now, or?
What do you mean?
They don't work like that. They're made to order.
Yeah, you make to order them. Well, the Model Y and the Model 3, I think you could buy it.
Right?
Yeah, they got a ton of those, but the S and the X you order.
I think I asked you this once, but not on the air. Do they have body shops for
anybody? Now it's any body shop. At first, Teslas were really hard to get parts for. Now you can get them everywhere. You know what's weird is I see everybody complaining about Tesla lighting them on fire and all this weird stuff. I find it so crazy. Isn't it nuts? These people on the left, like, they've gone that crazy. It's absolutely, and it's not everybody by any means. In fact, I actually believe it's very few. I believe it's a very few nutcases that make this happen. In fact, I'll tell you something that's interesting. How come every time they catch one of these people throwing a Molotov cocktail or lighting it on fire or keying a car, how come every time they have like purple hair? Seriously, honest to God, anytime they catch any of these people, they're just odd people. I'll put it that way. That's probably the nicest way I can put it. 303 Martino.
We need a Drew.
Oh, you mean I can't go number 2? One of those?
Okay, 888 K&H Gravina. I'm not going to do Gravina and K&H in the same thing. That's insane. No idea why traffic did that. Would you email Chris not to have Gravina and K&H in the same brakes? It's ridiculous. They literally sell the exact same things.
One you can do sidings, one you can do windows.
What happened, sir? What happened? What happened? I was ready to go.
Yes, dude, push the button.
Oh.
All right, you're coming next. What did happen?
Women are giving up on marriage. It's a hell of a headline. K&H Home Solutions, these guys have been around for so long, it's absolutely crazy. Talk about longevity, talk about great warranties, talk about beautiful siding and doors. It's just a great company. 1956 is when it started. And their new line of Alpine windows are gorgeous for Colorado, especially if you have a house up in, say, Winter Park or anywhere in the mountains. These things are like an insulated wall, but they're gorgeous windows. On top of that, they have a new painting company, K&H Painting, and you can call up or go to khwindows.com, but now they can paint the interior of your house, the exterior. They can do everything. Some of the best painters I've seen out there, just really good people, and their pricing compared to the competition when it comes to the interior and exterior paint is crazy. But these guys got it all. khwindows.com. That's khwindows.com. 888heating.com is a company I have personally used many times. Garrett and the gang over there, they have a special going on right now. Your furnace has been working hard all winter. Why don't you have them come over before you switch over to that AC and clean it, man? Get all the dirt out of there. They're going to come over, tear it apart, get the dirt out. By the way, that's the #1 killer of a furnace. And basically, it's like a refurbishment. Put it back together. They're going to slap a no breakdown guarantee on it, all for $45. And I know there's a lot of companies and deals out there that are similar, but listen, a lot of those companies come out and they just want to sell you something. These guys come out and clean it, and they're banking on you're going to love the company, love the technician, love the job they do for that $45. And when something does break, you're going to call them. They're looking for the long game. 888heating.com. $45, new customers only. Get it done. You're going to be very happy. It's an hour and a half, 2-hour job. Your furnace is going to look and operate brand new next year. 888heating.com.
Those Granadas were just one step below Crown Vic. They weren't bad.
God, dude, mine was so old, man. It was the oldest car in Oklahoma. Huh. I mean, you remember, I'm getting this thing in like 90.
Well, yeah.
93. I don't even remember what year it was. No, it wouldn't be then. It would have to be like 90. No, not even. It's probably, I got it in 89. Yeah, 89. That would be about right. It just has that really old look to it, too.
It was a little beat up.
Oh, it was ugly as hell. Ugly car.
And your stereo is all outside of the, it wasn't in the dash like it was supposed to be.
Just
so
hanging.
You looked really sketchy. If anybody looked in that car, it looked sketchy.
Yeah. My first vehicle, though, that I drove with a license was a moped. In Jersey, you had to be 17 to get a driver's license. I assume it's still that way. I'm going to look that up real quick. So all you could drive at 16 was a moped, and you could get a certain moped license, and it had to have pedals. It couldn't be like a fake moped. It had to be a moped.
Now you see these kids running around. They look like little mini dirt bikes, but they're just electric bicycles.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I had that.
Helmets and is this like? I was telling Mark, well, we got robbed. We didn't have that when we were kids.
Those things are cool as hell.
Yeah.
We just saw 2 kids on one the other
That's
day.
what made me think of that. Yeah.
And I was like envying them, going, God, I wish we had shit like that growing up.
Yeah, you could have gotten a lot further in life, Mark. Running from your parents.
I had a mini bike. Yeah.
They were kind of ugly looking. I had one
Yeah.
for my kids. Yeah.
I had a mini bike for miles.
Top metal class.
A true mini bike had basically a Briggs & Stratton on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Are you talking about that little motorcycle for him?
No, he had a little. He had a nice little Honda 50 R Kid.
That information, that plus Ted Poe breaks down what these judges are doing against Trump, and Chip Roy on getting rid of the Inflation Reduction Act, and more on the Joe Pag Show tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Yep. 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Doors, by the way. You want a great garage door company. They got showrooms from Colorado Springs, I think all the way down to Fort Collins. If you need a new door, if you just need a tune-up on your current door, maybe it's starting to make noise, make sure those springs are good. And then the other thing is a new garage door opener. When they did ours at our house, we loved it. We went from a chain-driven that was noisy to this beautiful belt-driven quiet. And they came out and did a tune-up along with it. I think it was only $300 installed. But OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Chappie's the owner down there. Great guy. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Man, we've been talking a lot of cars for a non-car day, guys. We were talking, by the way, go-karts. You were talking about a mini bike chopper. A true mini bike had like a Briggs & Stratton or Tecumseh? I think that was the other one. The Indian. I think it was called Tecumseh. And they were basically 5 horsepower little mini bikes that you could make even in shop class back in the day.
They seem to be all red in color, too.
Or black.
Banana
seat, kind of. What did you have, Scott?
You had a blue one.
A blue one.
You had a blue one. So our kids had like a little 50cc Honda he learned on that had training wheels. I bought it at Fay Myers 20 years ago. And they kind of outlawed those. I forget why. Probably something to do with emissions. But I remember having a go-kart. Go-karts were really badass. And we had a little mini bike. But the first thing I drove, I was telling you guys, in New Jersey, till this day, you got to be 17 to get a driver's license. But you could get a moped license at 15.
Yeah, 15.
So the first thing I drove was a moped. It had to have pedals, too. You couldn't have like a scooter. It had to be, back in the day, with pedals. I had a motor pecan. That's what it was called. A motor pecan. Here's the craziest thing. You could never pedal it anywhere. It was like pedaling a tank. It was crazy. It really was. For a moped, you couldn't pedal it. If the engine wasn't on, it was absolutely nuts. You couldn't go uphill on it. Anyhow, we got a lot more coming up.
Revolution has helped me.
I put a straight pipe on my Briggs & Stratton.
You did?
Yeah, I took the muffler off, put on a little pipe.
So it was loud, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was loud.
Yeah. I put a dump on my 65 Mustang, so nothing went to the muffler.
To the mufflers.
Right out of the engine and dumped.
My motor pecan looked just like these, just old.
I forgot that until you said that name.
Motor pecan, yeah.
Yeah.
Then I had a Yamaha QT, which I wasn't supposed to ride because it didn't have pedals, but I never got pulled over or anything on it.
You're saying moped, and I'm thinking Vespa.
No, he's talking like...
No, you pedal it. It's got an engine, and you literally pedal it. Why would she X out the lines, just out of curiosity? I just am just, like, baffled. I mean,
was by accident, honestly.
Baffling. Baffling.
You should ask her. I might have been by
I
accident.
thought I was asking her.
Oh, she's not there.
Oh. Baffling. You look down and maybe she left. Maybe she thought the show was over. I will never let her forget that if that's what happened. And it would not be shocking at all. I remember one time Tom got up and left thinking the show was over.
Yeah, he closed the show out.
When I was here.
He was like, all right, it's been a great day. We're going to be back here tomorrow solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. And we're all like, Tom,
looking at him.
Tom, it's another 2 hours to go, man.
You were here that day? Tom got up early, or?
I remember. I thought he was in his studio or something when he did that. They outlawed three-wheelers. ATVs.
Oh, yeah.
What? Was it just a recording?
No, it's just hung
A
up.
lot of people went end over end with that.
Kelly, why would you X out the phones out of curiosity? She can't hear. I just...
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Okay.
You guys ever have a snowmobile?
No.
I rode a lot of them.
Yeah, I rode them.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever owned. We never owned a snowmobile, did we? I never traded or anything.
Shockingly.
I traded for a jet ski once. That was cool.
My fear on a snowmobile would be 25 miles away from somewhere.
It breaks down.
Yeah, and it breaks
in the
down.
snow.
Yeah, in the snow.
We have got them up in not Winter Park, Grand Lake, and then went into the big park there. We had a blast on them, Suzanne and I. And then this guy that used to do KOA, Russ Johnson, him and I went up and did that. It was a lot of fun in Grand Lake.
You got to go with two people.
And then that jet ski I traded for a computer in the 90s, and it was a real Kawasaki jet ski. You would stand up. It wasn't like one of these wet bikes. It was a real jet ski. And I brought it out to Cherry Creek and put a little time on it. It was fun, ran great, but then I sold it. I'll tell you, when I had the computer stores and tire stores, we'd barter all the time, all kinds of shit. Remember that Sobe freezer I got from the liquor store guy?
Oh, yeah.
Full-blown, huge, like something you would see at 7-Eleven. Just industrial size, double-door refrigerator, huge. Brand new. I traded that for, well, partial traded. I did a bunch of point-of-sale machines for his liquor store and Sam's Club. Do you guys remember when grocery stores and Sam's Club and these people couldn't have liquor at all?
Oh, yeah.
So the Sam's Club down here on Quebec by the mall, they actually had a liquor store inside of it, but it was owned by this guy. And I sold him all those things, computers. But it was so weird how they did it in Colorado for so many years. You couldn't go buy liquor. It's just as stupid.
That's why the aisles in those stores have got smaller, so they can make room.
You know, you go into Arizona, you walk into a 7-Eleven, it's full-blown liquor store, man. Every 7-Eleven, you can buy Jack Daniels, any kind of beer, you know, whatever they want to stock. The one that drives Suzanne crazy is Utah. It doesn't drive me as nuts as it drives her, but they've got the strangest shit.
Oh, I lived in Utah for 5 years.
Well, and you moved out.
Where'd you live?
Out, right.
Salt Lake?
Yeah, I lived in Salt Lake.
Was that with the sheep counter?
No, that was right after college.
What brought you there?
My father had an office over there, so I was doing that. My very first date, this gal who lived in my apartment complex, she gave me a Book of Mormon. Oh, my gosh.
I'm infatuated by the Mormon culture back in the day. just different movies I've seen on it.
The TV series?
Yeah, I've seen them all. I just think it's so interesting. And I got to know a Mormon who lived next to us in Castle Rock, Bruce and his wife and family, and I really liked them a lot. In fact, Bruce and I went to some games, but his kid went off to his mission. He was this pudgy little fat kid. And when did they go off to mission? 17?
No, when they
18?
graduate. So like 18.
18. I guess they got to be 18, but I don't know. But he went to Canada. They kind of just luck of the draw. At least that's what I believe. And he ended up in Canada, and he left this little heavy-set, pudgy kid, man. Never thought much of him. It's not like I disliked him or not. He was just a little kid, you know? And he wasn't anywhere near our kids' ages. And then he came back. I saw him 2 years later. Man, he looked good. He looked like a man all of a sudden. He didn't look like a kid.
He was all grown up.
He was all grown up, in good shape, and just, it was amazing. I watched this transform. I didn't actually watch him transform, but the kid transformed, and now he's a cop. And it's pretty cool, man. I was like, wow.
Bicycle riding.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
On the DA, George Brockler in the house for the entire 2 hours and get George's unique, highly informed take on everything under the sun. Join him at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints to the tune of over $300 million in cash merchandise, exchanges, refunds. You got a contractor who's making your life hell. We want to hear about them. If anything, we can expose them. Maybe we can get some money back, get them to finish the job, get them to do what's right, or point out maybe where your story's flawed. It's pretty remarkable when you hear both sides of the story and they both unfold on air. And I think that's one of the things people love about this show. And I do love when businesses come on. It's really cool to have businesses out there. This show's been a little strange. We've been talking a lot about cars, generally do that on Friday. And I mentioned mini bikes. And we were all talking in here. I grew up in Jersey, so at 15 you could get a moped license. And I had friends that had mopeds, and we had friends that had go-karts. I had a go-kart for a period of time, and I loved the go-kart. Suzanne, you never had anything cool, did your brothers?
No, one little motorcycle, kind of like that one you and I had when we were kids I ran into the bush.
Yeah. That was a little chopper. That was like
little, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like a little chopper, like a Harley that turned into a chopper, but it was 50 cc's.
Yeah, we had something like that for just a hot minute, but that was my brother's, not mine.
You weren't allowed to ride it?
No. I had 2 feet.
I was an only child, so I had the only... Oh, you were an only child? Yeah. Dragon, did you have siblings?
One older sister, one younger sister, and it was not so much fun.
Yeah, so you were the only boy.
Yeah.
A lot of estrogen.
And the middle child, so I was always forgotten.
Hey, Jay, what do you, what's your mini bike story? By the way, 303-713-8255. Any questions? We have, attorneys standing by. We've got insurance people. We've got deputies that are ready to help you out. But 303-713-8255. Jay, go ahead, man.
Hey, Mark. When I was growing up, we had a mini bike that was really nice, but it was underpowered. Then one day, my dad shows up, and someone had given him this mini bike, and this thing had power, and it was like fancy, and it was beautiful. And we're like, who would give away a mini bike like this? But it turned out to be John Hinckley Jr.'s mini bike.
John Hinckley Jr.?
Yeah.
How did your dad come across that?
No, this is no kidding. He surveyed John Sr.'s property and spotted the mini bike, said, hey, would that be for sale? And he goes, that was Junior's. You can get that out of here. So my dad loaded it up, and we had John Hinckley Jr.'s mini bike.
Man, that is absolutely nuts.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, that's a great story. I don't even know what happened to mine. I had a little 5-horsepower Briggs & Stratton mini bike, and just like you were saying, underpowered. And I just don't remember. I probably broke it, or I got stolen or something. Hey, good story, man. Appreciate the call. 303-713-8255. Troy, what is going on?
Hey, Mark. This is Troy. Just calling to give you an update on Senate Bill 25003.
Which one is that, sir?
Yeah, that's the gun ban bill.
Oh, you mean the clip, right? Isn't it? It's like you can't. I'm going to let you explain it, but my understanding is you can't buy a rifle or a gun that has a clip, which sounds crazy, unless if you go through some kind of class that the sheriff's department puts on. Is that it?
You're pretty close. You're going to be banned from buying any firearm that is gas-operated, semi-automatic, that accepts a magazine.
Well, that's like any gun out there, right? I mean, wouldn't that be? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I own a bunch of guns, but honestly, I'm not like into guns. I've just acquired them over time. But I mean, I can't think of any gun I own that doesn't take a clip, including my shotguns, including my 9mm.
Any wheeled gun, like a revolver, wouldn't be included.
Oh, okay. I don't even own a revolver. So, but is that correct, Troy? That would not be included?
Yeah, the state legislature is trying to tell you that semi-automatic pistols are operated by recoil. Well, the only way you can get recoil is through the combustion of gas. So this class that they're going to make you take, it's going to cost the state over $25 million to put this class together.
Yeah, but isn't this, Troy, I want the update on it, but every time someone tries something like this, eventually it always fails. And what I mean by that, it gets overturned by a court, whether it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, depending on which route it takes. But, I mean, wouldn't this get overturned?
Yeah, it's going to get overturned, but what's going to happen is the state is going to steal $25 million from Colorado Parks and Wildlife to create this curriculum and course that you're going to have to go through.
So you think Polis is going to sign this?
I think Polis is going to let it sit on his desk, and he won't have to sign it. Another stupid thing in Colorado.
What do you mean he won't? Wait. What do you mean he won't have to sign it? So you don't think? What do you mean he's not going to veto it? Is that basically what you're saying?
Correct. He's not going to veto it, and he's not going to sign it.
Okay.
So in Colorado, if a bill gets passed in the House and the Senate, the governor has the option of not signing it, and after 30 days, it becomes law.
Well, yeah, I get that, but you don't think he's going to veto it then?
No, he wants to become president. So he's not going to be the guy that signed the biggest gun ban.
Yeah, but there's no difference. Basically, what you're saying is there's no difference if he signs it or doesn't, as long as he doesn't veto it. So, I mean, there's no difference.
Exactly.
How does that benefit him if he's going to run for prez?
Yeah, well, he's going to be the guy that didn't veto the largest gun ban. So he's playing both sides.
Yeah, but it's just, I can't imagine he doesn't veto it. And basically just for this reason. I mean, the courts are going to kick it down. I mean, you might as well have something saying, hey, we're not going to allow anybody to purchase a gun that's got a barrel. I mean, or it's got a handle. Or if that has a trigger, we're going to ban it. I mean, it's that absurd.
Yep. Oh, it is. It's horribly absurd. But this legislation is being sponsored by an out-of-town lobbyist group funded by Bloomberg.
See, that's not surprising. I've got more faith that Polis will veto this. You know, I got into an argument with somebody. I forget who it was. I think it was Dimitri. And, you know, we argue all the time. I mean, we have fun just going back and forth just like we do on the show. But Polis has vetoed more things than I thought he has. I mean, I think you're right. I think he's trying to come off as a little more moderate to make a presidential run at some point. But I can't imagine this getting brought up on this Senate bill you're talking about. And you think, I assume the House is going to have no issue with it.
Yeah, the House passed it yesterday, so now it's before the state Senate.
When do they vote on it?
Maybe today.
Yeah.
So they've got to approve the amendments.
Yeah.
So after it left the Senate in the middle of the night, when it was in the House, it basically changed the bill entirely.
I want to say something about guns in general, and this really does drive me crazy. These people that say we shouldn't have guns. I mean, would it be a perfect world if we could just snap our fingers and bad guys, good guys, nobody had guns? Meaning even the government didn't have guns. I mean, the main reason we have a constitution that talks about the right to bear arms is in case our government rises up against us. Now, people can argue, it was a million years ago, blah, blah, blah. But none of it matters. It's there. But what I don't get is people that want to ban everything in the world. I just don't get it, because when we do have school shootings, when we do have people that kill other people, they're crazy. I mean, what else can I say? It doesn't matter. They could have done it with a knife. They could have done it. Hold on, Troy. They could have done it a million different ways. I mean, I get it. You talk about the one guy in Vegas. What did he have? A bump stock? Are those legal now, Troy? Do you know whether they're legal or not?
So the bump stocks are federally legal, but this bill will ban bump stocks.
Yeah. So
and to your point on the knives, Europe, it's very difficult to get firearms in Europe.
Same with Mexico, unless you're part of the cartel.
Yeah. So that's another story. But the Europeans, they have knife crimes
all the time.
Outrageous.
No, they'll go around stabbing people. And it doesn't matter. We got people that push other people into the subway right in front of a train. We got people that blow people up. We got people who create Molotov cocktails and throw them at Teslas now. They're all called nuts. So when people say banning the guns or certain kind of guns, it just never fixes anything. In fact, I rather have somebody with a gun when one of the nuts show up.
Yep. Yeah, the best way to defend against a guy with a gun is...
Suzanne's you're kind of, in general, I don't want to say anti-gun, but you kind of are.
A little. I'm not. And how's this? I never would want to take somebody's rights away in our country for owning a gun. I don't like them. I don't want them in our house. I don't get my way on that.
We've had guns in our house. I know. They make me uncomfortable when I'm around them. Well, I did have a guy come into our house with a gun, so that sort of bothers me. And they just make me very uncomfortable. I personally believe, and I'm going to catch some slack for this, but your own gun is more likely to kill you than someone else. So that's just how I feel.
Suzanne, I agree with you if you are not trained. You have to take training, but the government instituting mandatory training that nobody's going to want to go
Troy,
through.
you know what's funny is she actually, after everything she just said, I'm going to remind her of something. She went through training and got a concealed carry permit.
How's this? I worked very hard to become comfortable with them. That was an effort of mine.
Yeah.
And I'm just not comfortable around guns, and I'm uneasy with people who walk into an Arby's with a gun.
You don't have any, you didn't have any guns in your history at all. Your parents didn't have any guns.
They weren't anti-gun. We were just too poor to have a gun. That's really what it was.
There's one reason. Hey, Troy, I appreciate that call. Keep us updated on that. I got to take this break. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. I know you have guns. You're a cop. Scott, do you have guns?
I do not.
Did you ever have guns?
No.
I just blew my Social Security windfall.
All right, Zero Res and Vestera. I want to tell you about Vestera Turnkey. They got an event coming up. Tommy Boy's going to be out there In fact, Barry Miller, who put Vestera Turnkey together, and Tom's going to be out there. The big day is Saturday, April 5th. That's right around the corner. I think it's a week from this Saturday. You want to reserve the date. It's a double Power Pack live seminar. It's called Your Pathway to Comfort and Wealth. They're going to be talking about 45% or more annual returns without the conventional risks and hassles. These guys are going to be talking about owning property. They're going to be talking about getting the right property managers, but more importantly, owning property in areas that are up and coming. Nothing in Colorado, unfortunately, because we're kind of at the top right now. But Barry has, for over 30 years, been the guy that can go out and find these little towns that are starting to boom. Maybe Microsoft moved in or something. He's kind of got that secret sauce or the behind-the-scenes information. Then he buys the homes. A couple years later, you sell it and you make a big profit. Like I said, 45% or more. In fact, I don't think he's got one client in the last 3 or 4 years that hasn't made that every year. So mark the date, April 5th, and it's at 10 a.m. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's, let me see if it says here, actually.
It is, I think.
Do you guys remember where it's at? Well, not a big deal. Anyhow, here's the website to go to, and it'll have all the details right there. But go to mybiggestrureturn.com. That's mybiggestrureturn.com and get signed up. It is limited seating. Zero Res. Man, you want clean carpets right now for another 5 days. Listen to this. $109 for 3 areas in your house, 3 rooms. $109. And these guys know how to clean carpet. They use that Z water. They don't use soaps, solvents or emulsifiers. They get rid of the dirt, and they do it better than anybody we have had at the house do it. The carpets dry quick. It's safe for kids and pets. This ZR water, hot water extraction is unbelievable. But the deal, 3 rooms for $109 for this level of cleaning is insane. I don't even know how they do this. Check them out at ZeroResDenver.com. And by the way, if you want your air ducts cleaned at the same time, along with that $109 deal, they'll knock $75 off the air duct cleaning. You can't get a better deal than that. They do mattresses as well, upholstery, tile. They do all that stuff. ZeroResDenver.com.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
How long you been married, Chopper? Are you married?
Yeah, 1978, before most of you were born.
I was born in 72. Scott?
What's that?
How long were you married?
23 years.
Why, are you mad at me?
Let's call Bonnie.
Don't say it. She'll call her.
I've screwed up something I've got to talk to you about after the show.
Oh, great.
So now I'm dealing with that.
Is it my
it's
car?
not a big deal. It's totally fixable. But
The trunk in the Tesla has gas in it.
I haven't really shown myself this week. Woo! Any screw ups. Nothing done right.
I bought my son his first gun. Not BB guns and stuff, but, his .22 rifle. It's a beautiful rifle, too. He was probably, 12, 13. And then when he moved to Nebraska, I bought him an Escort shotgun.
Yes.
This bad boy, semi-automatic shotgun, man. It is badass.
Oh, I know, yeah.
And it's short as hell.
Yeah, especially semi-automatic,
Boom, 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 boom.
If your finger's quick, it's a bump.
You can't miss.
Stock,
Yeah, your finger's the bump stock.
Yep.
Well, I'll never forget that damn guy in Vegas. That shit was so crazy.
Yeah.
Do you think I portrayed my views without pissing anyone off? I don't want somebody to think I'm this anti-gun person. I'm not.
No, you were. There wasn't anything that said that. Especially if you went and got a CCW.
Yeah, I know. That's the funny part about it.
I don't like airplanes, but I own 3 in the hangar.
Even when he brings them out at the house, I don't like, just like,
So we can shoot right at our house.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. The second I could buy a gun, I bought one. I think my first gun I bought at 16, I think, at Walmart. And, you know, back when I was in middle school in Oklahoma, the high schoolers would have guns right in their cars.
Well, they had
We didn't have, in middle school, you didn't have a car. But I'm saying the high school next door, they'd have their shotguns right in the rear of their pickup.
They probably had a rifle club in high school.
They did have a rifle club. Absolutely, they did. My high school in New Jersey had a shooting range under the school.
Oh, wow.
I like that.
We didn't have any of that back then. I don't remember any school shooters, any of that shit. I'm not saying it never happened, but I don't remember it.
you still have some house spots to clean up on.
Columbine's the first one I remember.
Yep.
Were you a cop here then?
Yeah, and I was in the helicopter unit.
Oh, XY car the Great.
10
XY
seconds,
car
guys.
the Great. Thank you.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Renew Home Innovations. Oh, my goodness. Nick and the gang down there. Picture a new shower. Quartz solid surface walls, zero maintenance. Huge inventory. And some of these can be done in a very short timeline. They can come in and redo that shower sometimes in 2 or 3 days. And their pricing is great. Nick and the gang down there, renewhomeinnovations.com. You're going to love them. You're looking for that new bathroom. Give them a call. You can get a free shower door right now. Check this out, too. 12 months, no payments, no interest. They got discounts for seniors, veterans, active military. And like I said, most installations are less than a week, some just a couple days. Quit putting it off. Get that old tub knocked out of there and get a brand new, beautiful shower from Renew Home Innovations. You know, we were talking during the break. That guy brought up guns and that the Senate bill. And it's kind of interesting. I was thinking of the first like school shooting or something I remember, and it is Columbine. We had a friend who's Tony. I'm not going to say his last name, but it devastated his family. His son was in the cafeteria. His son, thank God, got away. He was one of the guys you saw running out of the cafeteria along with all the other kids. Totally devastating, though. It really did destroy. I ultimately think a lot of it, the reason they ended up getting divorced and had some problems later on is because of that. I think Columbine, for people that lived through it but didn't necessarily lose a loved one, it still affected these families in ways that almost no one can think about. I think it kind of destroyed that family back then. But I was asking you, Chopper, were you a cop at that time?
Yes, I was. And
did you guys end up going down to Columbine?
Denver did, but they stayed around on the outside, and it destroyed a couple of our, didn't destroy them, but a couple of our officers had kids in there.
Yeah.
And Jeffco wouldn't allow them to go on in, because back then the policy was a lot different
than now.
Yeah.
Well, and actually that policy was
changed.
Well, yeah, but the one that I think about when it comes to the policy, I guess Columbine is a big one, because if you recall, they didn't go in for a long time. And then ultimately, they got somewhat lucky. We all got lucky because some of those bombs didn't go off. I mean, that would have been another level of we couldn't even understand.
Totally different.
So that was crazy. But Greg worked for us, and he called us up. He opened up one of my computer stores, and he called up, and he goes, I got to leave right now. I got to lock the door. Something's going on in my kid's school. And he hauled ass down there, and I turned the news on, and it just started unfolding. It went crazy. But we were talking during the break. I mean, my high school in New Jersey, talk about a liberal state, we had a shooting range in the school. The middle school I went to, next to the high school in Oklahoma, you would see kids parked all the time that had their shotguns and their rifles right in their pickup trucks. I mean, they'd show them off. It was nothing, but I don't remember any school shootings. I don't remember anything like that back then.
It was, when I first started as an officer, it was not unusual to stop cars that had shotguns and rifles in a pickup.
Everywhere.
In their rack.
And schools had shooting clubs.
Yeah, you didn't really
Hunting
think that
clubs?
much about it.
No, and a lot of people were just kind of brought up with guns. I just never understood, the argument, well, it's an assault rifle. Why does anybody need that? Well, where do you draw the line then? If it's not an assault rifle, I mean, when do you work your way down to no one needs a .22 pistol then?
Well, but then the other side of that is, do you got to own like a cannon? I mean,
but why? Who cares?
It's just crazy.
But I'm being serious. What's the difference? I don't even understand why machine guns, quite honestly, are illegal.
Okay, should you have a gun that causes mass destruction or mass, killings? I mean, is that necessary?
Any gun? Isn't that any gun?
I don't know, like an automatic AR or a cannon gun. Well, that would kill way more people than, let's say, a 9mm. I'm just asking. Mark, I'm not proposing.
I don't care what it is. If you got enough clips, it's not going to matter what it is. I just don't think it matters. And only certain people that have gone through, that have certain credentials, is a better way to put it, can have a true machine gun.
Yeah, but there's these gun rights folks that think you should be able to have a tank and whatnot to protect yourself.
Hey, we got a friend that bought a deuce and a half.
I mean, I don't know. Where's that line where it's like, okay, that's a little overboard?
I don't know where that. Okay, let's ask the ex-cop. Where is that line? Because you're coming from the law enforcement.
I don't know, but you talked about your son having a fully automatic shotgun.
Oh, yeah, and I didn't love that.
I would not want
to
go
up. It's not fully
against
automatic. It's semi-automatic.
Semi-automatic, but it becomes, like...
Yeah, when he moved to Nebraska, when he moved out of the house, that's exactly what I did. I went out and bought him, it's called an escort. Literally, it's called an escort.
I'm not a big one for everyone having a AR-15.
Why?
Because they're so dangerous in the wrong hands.
Well, okay. How often does someone that did something horrible, some kind of shooting, excuse me one second, had to hit the cough button. As a cop, I'm talking to you as a cop, how often did someone go out and buy the gun properly and then do the crime? Nathan Dunlap, I think of that one. I think of the Columbine. How many times do people go out and it's the guy that bought the gun properly, the guy that learned how to use it, the honest citizen? How often are they the ones? Or where do most of these criminals get their guns? Most of them aren't even supposed to have guns. Columbine, they weren't supposed to have guns. Didn't they have some woman to buy them for them? You think about all these. I'm not saying it never happens, but generally they're what? Stolen guns?
Well, lately it's been parents that bought guns for the shooters in the past.
Well, that's happened. That's definitely happened.
Yeah. I think that Sandy Hook guy bought his guns legally.
He did. He was a nut.
Yeah.
That dude was a nut. He killed like little kids. But it wouldn't have mattered if he walked in there. They were little kids. I mean, we're not even talking like high schoolers. These were little kids. He could have killed them in 100 different ways, I guess is all I'm saying. I don't know the difference between a fully or a semi-automatic 9mm pistol, like a Glock that you have 10 clips for, and having the assault rifle. What's the difference going to be? I mean, I guess the assault rifle, if it held more ammo, might save you a second. But I mean, honestly, I don't know what the difference is. I just don't know. I got to take this break. I don't know the answer to it. But it coming from someone like you, Chopper, as a cop, though. I mean, hearing that, I think most cops are pretty pro-gun. Would you agree with that?
The street cops are probably pro-guns. The command probably aren't.
Okay.
The high level.
Interesting. Hold tight.
This.
You got a caller coming on. He's got a comment.
I want to scream at Suze.
Is it zero res again? Is that right?
Have you ever wondered about the origin of Loki's? Right World America's 5-part series
John Fuller, Fuller Law. Man, you want the best personal injury attorney out there. And here's what I love about John. We've used him twice, both times. He just did everything perfect. We got every nickel the insurance policy had. Then he actually went out and negotiated down the ambulance bills and other things and put more money in our pocket. But what's really cool, besides maximizing the case and getting you the most money, you deal with John. I mean, he's got a great staff. But when you want to talk to John, you're going to have a cell phone number. You can call him up, ask him any questions. He's going to guide you like a coach, like a football coach, through the entire case. He's going to answer all the questions. You're going to feel comfortable that you chose him. And, of course, you don't pay a red cent until he collects the money. And then he gets a portion of it, just like any other personal injury attorney. But you're going to love him. Don't go with these big guys out there. You never know who you're going to be dealing with. You might think it's the guy on the side of the light rail or the side of the RTD bus, but I assure you, you're not dealing with that attorney. In fact, some of these bigger firms, you might deal with 5 different attorneys. John Fuller, I'm going to give you his number right now, 303-597-4500. You have any questions after an accident, feel free to give him a call, 303-597-4500. Denver, or ZeroResDenver.com. You know, I could tell you a lot about this company, like how they use high alkaline, super soft purified water, which, by the way, is one of the best cleaning agents in nature. They call it ZR water. I could tell you how good they are at the hot water extraction. Not only do they use that water, but they sit there and their equipment dries your carpets. You're not walking on these moist carpets for 2 or 3 days like we've all been through. I can tell you that after they're done, a couple days later, the same spots don't come back up, start wicking through, because they don't use salt in emulsifiers that can do exactly that. I think we've all had carpet cleaners where everything looks great for about a week, then your carpets look horrible again. Not with Zero Res. And by the way, it's safe for kids and pets. And I'm going to tell you one more thing I love about these guys. Ready? 3 rooms right now for $109. $109, you get 3 areas done, 3 rooms. You're not going to get a better deal than that from the best out there. And if you want your ducts cleaned at the same time, it's got to be that day. $75 discount on that. Get the ducts cleaned after winter there. Get those carpets finally done now that the snow's gone. 3 rooms, $109, ZeroResDenver.com. Hey, by the way, that offer is only good for about 5 more days. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Is this what you were talking about?
What's that? Yeah. Like that one on the left. Yep.
Yeah.
Or actually, more like that red one on the right.
That one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh, the chopper.
Yeah.
That's the one we had that.
Did you?
Yeah. For our kids were really little. I got it through.
I read Napa. That little Napa thing.
Yeah.
Yes. All you had to do is say the little Napa kid mode.
The little Napa bike. That was a cool bike. It was a little mini bike.
My kids were too lazy to pull the thing, you know, when I wasn't.
That thing hauled ass. That was a little 2-stroke 50. And a 50cc 2-stroke is a pretty ass mover.
So I think, in a way, you kind of did me a favor not knowing it. Like, exposing Miles to those little motorcycles when he was little, getting him on when he was 3 at that little Honda 50cc and stuff like that. Yeah, 3.
Oh, my God.
I think made it where, as he got to be, when you wanted your motorcycle
he's not going
at 19,
out and buying a crotch
he was
rocket.
like, I got to go get a crotch rocket. I think, I'm like, wow. Because I'm always a little afraid he's going to want to go buy one of these days and give me a heart attack.
I'll give the same example, but different. My parents, anti-gun growing up. Now I have guns coming out my ass, and anti-motorcycle. And the first thing I fucking did when I left is I bought a crotch rocket.
Here's my example. My parents were anti-beer, me growing up. I love beer now.
No, it's so funny, and I rub that in my parents' face all the time.
Yeah, you're like, oh, yeah, that really did you some good.
Hey, I just bought a new AR. Great way of raising me without guns. First thing I did is go buy guns.
But the funny thing is for you is you bought a motorcycle when you were a kid, you know, late teenager, and then your dad went out and bought a motorcycle not long after you and I got married. It's like, but Miles has never been into, I got to go get a motorcycle.
So I go out with my dad. He had a little Honda 550. Okay, and then he wanted to get a big Harley. So him and I drive down to look at this one in downtown Denver. This is like 30, 40 years ago. No, it couldn't have been 40. It was probably 30 years. No, we
got
kids.
married.
It was like 25 years ago. So we go down, and it's this big old Harley. And it's probably 1,100, and it's a big bagger, man. I mean, it's a big Harley. It's not like a Sportster. So he gets on it, test drive it, goes to the end of the block, goes to turn around, drops it. And I look at the guy, because I'm sitting there, the guy is looking at me, I'm looking at him. I said, well, I guess you just sold your fucking bike. And he did. He ended up with that bike.
Yeah, not for long, but he had it.
He dropped it. He test drove it and dropped it. I'll never forget that.
10 seconds, guys.
I was a latchkey child, though.
Is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
All right. The name of the company, by the way, Joe, is CMG Financial. And John Clace, I'm pulling up his information. He had a comment that who's a direct lender and what is a direct lender? Well, CMG is a bank. In fact, I think in every state, they can do loans in every state, but they can do reverse mortgages. And when you go through a broker, they generally shop around, and where they make their money is on the spread. Let's say they can get an interest rate of 6%. They quote you 6.5%, and they make that spread. They make those points. That's just how it's done. But when you deal directly with the bank, there is no middleman. And that's why your biggest thing you can do is that, Suzanne, pull up his...
It's partnerinlending.com,
Yeah,
Mark.
partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com. Good people. Anthony's got a comment on guns. I'm not even sure where we got off on that subject, but it's very interesting.
From that Senate bill of the training that they're...
We were talking, Anthony, I'll go to you just a second, though. We were talking something very interesting. If you follow us on YouTube, you can hear our conversations during the breaks after I'm done with the live commercials. But Suzanne brought something up when it came to motorcycles and even guns now. Our kids kind of grew up with motorcycles. My kid's first motorcycle was a little Honda 50, had training wheels on it. He was 3 years old when he learned to ride a motorcycle and learned to shift gears on that little thing. And then we took the training wheels off probably when he was 4. He might have drove that before. No, he drove a regular bike first, I think. But same with our daughter. They were just always on this. In fact, Addie, not last summer, the summer before, and she's tiny, petite girl, she'll hop up on our 250 Suzuki that we put on the bus sometimes, and it's a tall bike. I mean, it's a tall bike. She can't even touch the ground, but she can ride the bike good enough to where when she comes to a stop, she can balance it, even if she's got to hop off, but she can ride this bike. They just grew up on motorcycles. But he never went out and bought like a crotch rocket.
Yeah, he didn't turn like 18 or 19 and say, Mom, I'm going to go buy, a fast, dangerous motorcycle.
Yeah, he learned to respect bikes as a kid, wearing the helmets, and he had some accidents, and it was never a thing. But I was a complete opposite. My parents would never allow me to have a motorcycle. And when we lived in Oklahoma, everybody had it. I had a go-kart and a little mini bike, but I couldn't get a 3-wheeler was the thing back then, or a dirt bike, or anything like that. I just simply wasn't allowed to have that stuff. And the second I was escorted out of that house, one of the first things I bought was a crotch rocket, and I drove it like crazy.
And a gun.
And that's right. And my parents weren't into guns at all. I never had a gun growing up. My mother, totally anti-gun. Yeah. I mean, to the point of, the lefty left. Till this day, she's still anti-gun, big time. And I swear to God, the first thing I did when I was out of the house, I walked into Walmart. And I was 16 years old. Back then, you could walk into Walmart and buy a gun at 16 years old, at least in Oklahoma. And I bought a gun. So, I mean, that was that. And I've collected a lot. And our kids, because they grew up around all this stuff, they're not running out buying this stuff. They're used to it. I mean, it is quite remarkable. It is. That was a very interesting comment you made there, Suzanne. Anthony, what's your comment?
Hello, am I on?
Yeah, you're on, Anthony.
Hi, very good. You're talking about Second Amendment. So the Second Amendment is sort of dark as it sounds. It was so people could stand up to the government. It was for military weapons. Back then, they didn't have AKs. It was for cannons. You ought to have cannons. You ought to have muskets. It was
it's in case if the government turned on you and wanted to kick you out of your own house and off your own property and enslave you or whatever the hell they wanted to do. You're absolutely right. That's why the Second Amendment is there, because we didn't want to happen with. Well, keep going. I'll let you go ahead.
Well, no, you're good. It was for it was specifically for military weapons, and you can have a militia that's well regulated.
It was for anything.
National Guard. Exactly. Anybody could do a militia that was well regulated. Most of the Civil War was militias. Most of the Civil War wasn't the South, which ironically was Democrat.
I know.
Ironically,
they
fought the government. They had military weapons and militias and fought the government. And who are the Democrats? They're pro-black, I believe, aren't they? Or they were then. When Lyndon Johnson, we get this passed as far as
just let's talk just on that line, Anthony, real quick. Let's talk something that happened just while Biden was in office. Do you remember whose funeral he went to? Byrd.
Byrd. Who was Byrd? Which one?
He was like one of the heads of the KKK.
Oh yeah. Well, Biden was pro-Klan in early his career.
Those were the Democrats back in the 30s, 40s. They were about as bad as you could get. I don't know when they changed.
Well, didn't Lyndon Johnson say if we get welfare passed, we'll have those N-words voting for us for the next 100 years?
It wouldn't.
I'm not sure how.
It probably
that quote is.
Yeah, it's probably somewhat true. I don't know if that's verbatim, but probably.
And then why are people in the Ukraine allowed to defend themselves with these horrible weapons, but we're supposed to be disarmed? So,
listen. By the time when any of these things get to the Supreme Court, they're generally all overturned. So, I mean, it's just remarkable they put all this time and effort to something that is not going to change anything. I mean, it really just kind of, that part of it drives me crazy, Anthony.
Yeah.
You know, my best friend growing up, we called Antony. Do people call you Antony out of the curiosity?
Antony? No, Anthony.
Tony?
Yeah, sometimes. Growing up more.
Yeah. All right, man. You got anything else, sir?
No, that suggested was protection against the government. It's complicated though. We're not in the same era that we were then. But
they didn't foresee technology and whatever else that came up. Like now, it's easier to print ghost guns.
Well, hold on a second, though. What does any of that matter, though? Why does that matter? You can take an airplane and kill 100,000 people. You can take a dump truck and roll it down New Orleans during Mardi Gras and kill thousands of people. So, things changed. Yeah. When they came up with all that, there wasn't airplanes. But yet, 9/11 happened and killed more people than any school shooting I've ever heard
Mark.
of.
Let's let people do nuclear stuff if they can figure it out. Why not?
If they can figure it out. Hey, Iran's been trying to figure it out for 150 years. 303-713-8255.
I've always heard that Japan said the reason they didn't come in on us from, the West Coast.
Yeah.
Because they knew every American had guns.
They knew what?
That all the Americans had guns. Not like, Germans going into Poland or, those people didn't have guns. Gun control, Oh.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Brooke knows how to find the grant money. She knows how to help you out with your commercial project if it has to do with solar. In some cases, she's got listeners 120% of the solar system paid for. That's more than it costs with the grants and the tax credits. You can call her for all the information, but that's for the commercial side. On the residential side, maybe you just want a new system for your house. She's going to have the best prices out there. And they're just not salespeople. They actually do their own installation. They do their own repairs. In fact, you have someone else's system that went out of business and you can't find anybody to fix it. These guys can fix it. They can also add a battery backup to it or a generator. They can build you an off-grid system. The folks at Red Rocks do it all. RedRocksRS.com. That's where you can find all the information, including their phone number, RedRocksRS.com. CMG, I've talked about them numerous times in the last few hours. These guys are the bank. You're not using a mortgage broker that basically makes the points in the middle. You're going to the man himself. And here's what I love about John over there. You realize if there's a problem in underwriting, if you've ever had a home loan, you know the underwriters are a pain in the butt. And sometimes they're like, well, it's an underwriting, and then they'll get a message, then they'll call you, and then your broker will tell you what's going on. You're getting all this information third hand. When it comes to CMG and John Clace, you're going to get it firsthand. These underwriters probably work in the office next to him. He's got a rapport with them. If you got a certain circumstance, maybe for a reverse mortgage or for any kind of mortgage, these guys can help you out. They're the direct lender. They're the bank. Check them out in partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com. Okay, what do we got left? 888 Dan McKenzie.
Isn't that right, Kelly?
Sure.
Told you, Zach.
That 2A must be,
That's the handgun.
Yeah. What was the last one that got overturned they did here? Do you guys remember? They had something strange.
The banning Trump from the ballot.
I can remember that got overturned was Trump's inability to.
He ain't listening.
They were
That's
trying
the
to
last
keep him
big
off
one
the
that I
ballot.
recall.
That got overturned.
Well, yeah, that's true. They did, man. They wanted to put him in jail. They tried to murder him. They tried to throw him in jail. They tried to throw him off the ballot.
Right.
They threw everything but the kitchen sink at this guy. And then he swept. It's really amazing, actually.
You know, he wants.
It shows you how Americans think, though. We're like, hey, you can't, that's not fucking fair.
Yeah.
You can't do that. I don't care how much you don't like the guy. You can't rig it like that. That's just the dumbest thing ever.
Did you see his portrait that they have in the
Oh, yeah.
the Colorado Capitol? It is bad.
Trump, I didn't see it. I heard the story.
Yeah.
His face looks
Did you
really
see it, Bev?
What's that?
The Trump portrait downtown.
I saw it on the little mini icon. I didn't open the store
Is it that
yet.
bad?
I think, don't they make him look chubby or something?
Yeah.
Like they make him look like he has a lot of water retention.
Oh, you're right. It's not a great. I mean, it's not as bad as I thought, but yeah.
He would rather have his mugshot one, I think.
Probably.
Yeah, than that thing.
I mean, even the other presidents that the artist did.
I didn't see those.
Yeah, there was one of Obama.
You mean the same artist
Same artist.
and that they didn't do that to the other?
Well, they kind of did.
Oh.
They all look crappy.
She kind of had a good defense to it. She must have a good public.
That's something, yeah.
Because I just wanted him to feel like a neutral man for all of us. Yeah, the portrait, yes, Savvy says, the portrait was commissioned by the GOP.
That's right.
Ten seconds, guys.
Second longest walking distance in America for air travelers. Meanwhile, Denver City Council is working on a $15 million contract to expand Pena Boulevard. Why wasn't it 3 lanes in each direction to begin with? Tuesday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
All right, 303 Martino. Don't forget, my friends, that number works on and off the air. You can call it, give it to your friends, give it to your family. Anytime you need help, that's what we do here. We talk about all kinds of things, but the main thing we do is help. Now, real quick, I want to tell you about Dan McKenzie. Talk about help. If you haven't updated your will, or maybe something has changed, maybe you've had a kid, maybe you never had a will, maybe you got divorced, but if anything's changed, McKenzie can do it all. He can do wills, trusts, power of attorneys, medical directories, beneficiary deeds. You name it, this guy can do it. And if you're facing probate and need immediate help, call Dan. He can help with estate planning. Here's one a lot of people don't think of. Asset protection. Maybe your parents are getting older, into their 80s, and you don't want to see basically Medicare come after all the money. Talk to this guy. He's really smart, man. He's a great attorney. 833-CO-PLANS. That's the phone number. 833-CO-PLANS. Call Dan up or go to coplans.co, as in Colorado. coplans.co. Now, I'll take a quick comment from Justin on 2A. Go ahead, Justin. What's your comment? 2A is the gun amendment.
I just applied for my CCW here in Colorado today, and I've gone to a few stores. I've got a few already. Wanted to get that permit before the laws change. Obviously, they're crazy. There's like it's over a 3 month wait time just to get fingerprinted for the appointment. Plus, it's like 90 days after. I feel like that's very long. I think people are starting to get in a frenzy, at least in this state, about it. Have you seen anything like that?
No, I personally haven't. We've got a guy that I could call up. We don't have time today, but he did those permits and classes down in Colorado Springs forever. And I'll tell you, the other one that knows a ton about that we could have on one of these days is Leland.
Leland Conway. We tried last week. It didn't work out.
Yeah, Leland. This guy knows more about what's going on in guns in Colorado and every state than anybody else, man. He's incredible. Anyhow, listen, we've got a lot cooking for tomorrow. 303 Martino. Don't forget that's on and off the air. Help at Troubleshooter.com. See you then.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
When your company earns unlimited 2% cash back on all purchases with Capital One, that's serious business. So Stephen at SandCloud got a serious business card, the Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One.
We used our 2% cash back to help build our retail presence.
Savvy, Stephen.
And we get big purchasing power, so our business can spend more and earn more.
The Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/SparkCashPlus.
Did you know K&H Home Solutions is now offering beautiful bathroom makeovers? That's right. The oldest home improvement company in Colorado can redo your entire bathroom, or if you prefer, just a new shower, specializing in tub-to-shower conversions, exceptional remodels, full upfront transparent pricing. Call for your free estimate and get the bath of your dreams. 303-421-7100, khwindows.com, 421-7100.
We depend on our drinking water supply daily, but where does that water come from? Your water provider encourages you to get to know your local water source so together we can protect and preserve it. The investments we make as a community to protect our water source now ensure we have a sustainable drinking water supply for the future. Visit drinktap.org to learn more. This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The White House pushing back on criticism over the military operations group text with high-level defense and intel cabinet members that accidentally included a journalist on the chat. ABC's Jay O'Brien says Director of National Security Tulsi Gabbard and CIA Director John Radcliffe were reportedly on the chat and talked about U.S. strikes on Yemen.
Both Gabbard and Ratcliffe said that the group chat in their assertion did not contain any classified information. It remains to be seen if that's fully accurate, only because Jeffrey Goldberg, the reporter who was added into that group chat, said it contained plans for those strikes.
The conference board shows consumer confidence has dropped to a 12-year low due to concerns over tariffs and economic uncertainty. The deadline for most Americans to file their 2024 income tax returns is 3 weeks from today, but a growing number of those taxpayers may decide to skip it this year. They're showing a fewer returns so far than this time last year. This is ABC News. A preliminary report by the Costa Rican government shows